The Road to Omaha by Robert Ludlum, read by Martin Shaw. The flames roared up into the night sky, creating massive shadows pulsating across the painted faces of the Indians around the bonfire. And then the chief of the tribe, bedecked in the ceremonial garments of his office, his feathered headdress swooping down from his immensely tall frame to the ground below, raised his voice in regal majesty. I come before you to tell you that the sins of the white man have brought him nothing but confrontation with the evil spirits. They will devour him and send him into the fires of eternal damnation. Believe me, my brothers, sons, sisters, and daughters, the day of reckoning is before us, and we will emerge triumphant. The only problem for many in the chief's audience was that the chief was a white man. The small, distressed office on the top floor of the government building was from another era, which was to say, nobody but the present occupant had used it in 64 years and 8 months. This room, this antiquated upper chamber with its sparse furniture purchased around the turn of the century, was the Siberia of the government agency in which it was housed. The government agency was the United States Bureau of Indian Affairs. The lone figure in the nondescript gray suit huddled over the roll-top desk was General Mackenzie Hawkins, military legend, hero in 3 wars, and twice winner of the Congressional Medal of Honor. This giant of a man, his lean, muscular figure belying his elderly years, his steely eyes and tanned, leather-lined face perhaps confirming a number of them, had once again gone into combat. However, for the first time in his life, he was not at war with the enemies of his beloved United States of America, but with the government of the United States itself, over something that took place 112 years ago. It didn't much matter when, he thought, as he squeaked around in his ancient swivel chair and propelled himself to an adjacent table piled high with old, leather-bound ledgers and maps. They were the same pricky shits who had screwed him, stripped him of his uniform, and put him out to military pasture. They were all the goddamn same, whether in their frilly frock coats of 100 years ago or their piss-elegant, tight-assed pinstripes of today. They were all pricky shits. Time did not matter. Nailing them did. The general studied a map. He then spun around to his dilapidated desk and reread the paragraph he had underlined in the ledger, whose binding had split with age. His perpetually squinting eyes suddenly were wide and bright with excitement. He reached for the only instrument of communication he had at his disposal. It was a small cone attached to a tube. He blew into it twice, the signal of emergency. "Mac?" said Heseltine Broke-Michael, director of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. "Heseltine, I've got it. The biggest con job the pricky shits ever pulled. The same pricky shits who made us wear civvies, old buddy." "Oh, I'd love to get those bastards, Mac. Where did it happen and when?" "In Nebraska, 112 years ago." "Mac, we weren't around then. Not even you." "It doesn't matter, Heseltine. It's the same horse shit. The same bastards who did it to them did it to you and me 100 years later." "Well, who's them?" "An offshoot of the Mohawks called the Wapatami tribe. They migrated to the Nebraska territories in the middle 1800s. So? It's time for the sealed archives, General Broke-Michael." "Don't say that. Nobody can do that." "You can, General. I need final confirmation, just a few loose ends to clear up." "For what? Why?" "Because the Wapatamis may still legally own all the land and air rights in and around Omaha, Nebraska." "You're crazy, Mac. That's Strategic Air Command." "Only a couple of missing items, buried fragments, and the facts are there. I'll meet you in the cellars at the vault to the archives, General Broke-Michael. Or should I call you co-chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, along with me, Heseltine? If I'm right, and I know damn well I am, We've got the White House, Pentagon axis in such a bind. Their collective tails won't be able to evacuate until we tell them to. The two generals stalked through the metal shelves of the musty, sealed archives, the dull, webbed lights so dim they relied on their flashlights. In the seventh aisle, Mackenzie Hawkins stopped, his beam on an ancient volume, its leather binding cracked. "I think this is it, Heseltine." "Good. And you can't take it out of here." "I understand that, General, so I'll merely take a few photographs and return it." Hawkins removed a tiny spy camera from his gray suit. "How many rolls have you got?" asked former General Heseltine Brokemichael as Mackenzie carried the huge book to a steel table at the end of the aisle. 8, replied Hawkins, opening the ancient yellow-paged volume to the pages he needed. "I have a couple of others if you need them," said Heseltine. "Not that I'm so all fired up by what you think you may have found, but if there's any way to get back at Ethelred, I'll take it." "I thought you two had made up," broke in Mackenzie, while turning pages and snapping pictures. "It wasn't Ethelred's fault. It was that rotten lawyer in the Inspector General's office, a half-assed kid from Harvard named Devereaux, Sam Devereaux. He made the mistake. 2 Brokemichaels. He got 'em mixed up, that's all. But that's not what I'm here for, and neither are you. Brokey, I need the volume next to or near this one. It should say 112 on the binding. Get it for me, will you?" As the head of Indian Affairs walked back into the metal stacks, the hawk took a single-edged razor out of his pocket and sliced out 15 successive pages of the archival ledger. Without folding the precious papers, he slipped them under his suit coat. "I can't find it," said Brokemichael. "Never mind, I've got what I need." "What now, Mac?" "A long time, Heseltine. Maybe a long, long time. Perhaps a year or so, but I've got to make it right. So right there's no holes in a suit I'm going to file against the government of the United States," replied Hawkins. "Give me a year, maybe 2, Brokey, and then you'll understand. I've got to do it right. Real right." General Mackenzie Hawkins strode out between the metal racks of the archives to the exit. "God damn," he said to himself. "Now I really go to work. Get ready for me, you magnificent Wopotamis. I'm yours." 21 months passed, and nobody was ready for Thunderhead, chief of the Wopotamis. The large round table in the Situation Room, buried in the lowest levels of the White House, glistened under the wash of the indirect lighting, reflecting the shadows of the bodies seated around it. These blocks of shadows on the polished wood, like the bodies themselves, remained immobile as the stunned faces attached to those bodies stared in astonishment at the gaunt, bespectacled man who stood behind the president in front of a portable blackboard on which he had drawn numerous diagrams. "Put away the chalk, Washburn. Let's have the news," said the director of the CIA. "As you wish, Mr. Mangachavallo," said the White House attorney. "Well, I'm sure you'll all recall the information our mole at the Supreme Court gave us about an obscure, impoverished Indian tribe petitioning the court over a supposed treaty with the federal government that was supposedly lost or stolen by federal agents. A treaty that, if ever found, would restore their rights to certain territories currently housing vital military installations." "Oh, yes," said the president. "We had quite a laugh over that. They even sent an extremely long brief to the court that nobody wanted to read." Our lawyer isn't laughing," observed the director. "No, I'm not, sir. Our mole sends word that there've been some quiet rumors, which may mean absolutely nothing, of course, but apparently 5 or 6 justices of the court were so impressed by the brief that they've actually debated its merits in chambers. Several feel that the lost treaty of 1878, negotiated with the Wapatami tribe in the 14th Congress, may ultimately be legally binding upon the government of the United States. This wonderful country, the nation we love, could be placed in the most vulnerable military position in our history. If 5 of those damn fools vote their consciences, we could be obliterated. Speaking as your Secretary of Defense, Mr. President, broke in an extremely short man whose pinched face barely projected above the table, the situation's utterly preposterous. Those idiots on the court can't be allowed even to consider devastating the security of the country over an obscure, long-forgotten so-called treaty with an Indian tribe nobody's ever heard of. Let's zero in on this fiasco, said the Attorney General. Just who the hell is the bastard, the traitor, who's behind this totally unpatriotic, un-American appeal to the court? He calls himself Chief Thunderhead, Native American, answered Washburn. And the brief his attorney submitted is considered one of the most brilliant ever received by the judiciary, our informer tells us. They say, confidentially, that it will go down in the annals of jurisprudence as a model of legal analysis. Annals my ass, exploded the Attorney General. I'll have that legal banana peeled to his bare bones. He's finished, eliminated. What's the son of a bitch's name? Well, began Washburn hesitantly, there we have a temporary glitch, as it were. There isn't any to give. What the hell do you mean? Non nomen amicus curiae, mumbled the bespectacled White House attorney. It goes back to 1826, when the court permitted a brief to be filed anonymously by a friend of the court on behalf of a plaintiff. Are you telling us that this brief for the Wapatami tribe was filed by an unnamed attorney? Asked the Secretary of State. Yes, sir. Chief Thunderhead sent his representative, a young brave who recently passed the state's bar, to appear before the justices in camera and act as temporary counsel, anticipating the necessity of the original anonymous counsel should the brief be held inadequate. It wasn't. The majority of the court deemed it sufficient under the guidelines of non nomen amicus curiae. So we don't know who the hell prepared the goddamn thing, shouted the Attorney General. You mean to tell us we're not allowed to know who wrote this garbage? This swill? That may convince 5 airheaded judges on the court to affirm it as law, and not, incidentally, destroy the operational core of our nation's defense? Chief Thunderhead has informed the court that in due time, after the decision has been rendered and made public, and his people set free, he will make known the legal mind behind his tribe's appeal. Oh, that's nice, said the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Then we'll put the son of a bitch on the reservation with his redskin buddies and nuke the whole bunch of them off the goddamn map. To do that, General, you'd have to wipe out all of Omaha, Nebraska, Washburn pointed out. It was a bright midsummer's afternoon, and Aaron Pincus, arguably the finest attorney in Boston, Massachusetts, and certainly one of the kindest and most gentle of powerful men, climbed out of his limousine in the fashionable suburb of Weston and smiled at the uniformed chauffeur who held the door. I don't know how long I'll be, Patty, so drive down the block, perhaps around the corner, out of sight. And stay in touch with you over the beeper, completed the Irishman, grinning, obviously enjoying the subterfuge. If I spot Mr. Devereaux's car, I signal you, and you can get out through the back door. Thank you, said Pincus. His eyes strayed to the imposing blue-gray Victorian house, fronted by a white picket fence and profuse with gleaming white trim around the windows and below the high gables. Inside was the matron of this landmark residence, the formidable Mrs. Lansing Devereaux III, mother of Samuel Devereaux, potential attorney extraordinary, and currently an enigma to his employer, one Aaron Pincus. Aaron had met Eleanor Devereux only twice over the years since he had known her son. The first time was the day Samuel came to work for the firm several weeks after his graduation from Harvard Law School. And then, suspected Aaron, it was because his mother wanted to look over her son's workaday environs as she might inspect the counselors and the facilities of a summer camp. The second and only other time was at the welcoming home party the Pincusses gave for Sam upon his return from the army. Said homecoming one of the strangest in the chronicles of military separation. It took place over 5 months past the day that Lieutenant Devereux was to arrive in Boston as an honorably discharged civilian. 5 months unaccounted for. Aaron paused on the path and looked up at the grand old house. For years there had been more the aura of neat but shabby gentility about the place, rather than the current facade of spanking new paint and a manicured front lawn. These days, care was lavished continuously, no expense spared. That was, ever since Sam had returned to civilian life after a 5-month disappearing act. The father, Lansing Devereux III, had been a scion of the Boston Brahmin elite, on a par with the Cabots and the Lodges, but with one glaring aberration. He was a bold risk-taker in the world of high finance, far more capable of losing money than hoarding it. While watching a stock market report on television, he had died of a stroke when Sam was a boy of 9, leaving his widow and his son a fine name, a grand residence, and insufficient insurance to maintain the lifestyle to which they were accustomed, and the appearance of which Eleanor refused to abandon. As a result, Samuel Lansing Devereux became that contradiction among the wealthy, a scholarship boy who waited on tables. He worked on his studies like a young man possessed, fully understanding that academia was the only route back to the affluent world of the ancestral Devereux. More generous scholarships followed at Harvard and its law school. There followed an auspicious beginning at Aaron Pincus Associates, menacingly interrupted by the United States Army, which, in the era of massive Pentagon expansion, desperately needed all the lawyers it could dredge up to forestall wholesale indictments of its procurement personnel on bases here and abroad. What had happened to him? Questioned Pincus in the silence of his mind. What horrible events had taken place years ago that had come back to haunt him now? To warp and at times to short-circuit that extraordinary mind, a mind that cut through legalistic abstractions and made common sense out of the most abstruse constitutional interpretations, so that judges and juries alike were in awe of his erudition and his deeply penetrating analyses. Where had the cash come from? Several years ago, when Aaron had casually mentioned the fine improvements made on the house, which he drove by frequently on his way home, Samuel had, with equal casualness, offered that a well-to-do Devereux relative had passed away and left his mother a very decent bequest. A full minute passed before the door was opened by a plumpish, middle-aged maid in a starched green and white uniform. At the far end of the ornate Victorian room sat Eleanor Devereux on a brocaded white couch. She was, as he remembered her, an erect, fine-boned woman with an aging face that must have launched 1,000 yachts in its prime, and with large blue eyes that said far more than she would ever reveal. He lowered himself into the white brocaded armchair to the right of the sofa, the spot indicated by a nod of Mrs. Devereux's aristocratic head. "Is my son in danger of losing his position, Mr. Pincus?" "Not if I can help it, Mrs. Devereux. But I'd be less than honest if I told you that the status quo was acceptable. It isn't. It's not fair to Sam or the firm. At the risk of presuming on the privilege of privacy, and I do so only out of affection and professional concern of the highest regard, What can you tell me about your son that might shed light on his increasingly enigmatic behavior? What happened to your son in the army? Have you any idea?
He was a legal officer both here and overseas, and I'm told did outstanding work in the Far East. When he was discharged, he was an adjutant in the office of the Inspector General with the temporary rank of Major.
What did he do in the Far East?
He negotiated the release of that crazy American general in Beijing, the one who shot the, private parts off a venerated statue in the Forbidden City.
Madman Mackenzie Hawkins? The most certifiable lunatic of the lunatic fringe? Your son never mentioned any of this to me. Did Sam ever mention this General Hawkins to you after his separation from the army?
Not with that title or that name, and never when he was entirely sober. He'd ramble on about the Hawk. That's what he called him. He claimed he never agreed with the Hawk, never wanted to be associated with him, but was somehow forced to. How, I don't know. Sometimes when he just wanted to talk, he'd make up incredible stories, pure nonsense. Like how he negotiated contracts worth a great deal of money with British traders in London, and with former Nazis on chicken farms in Germany, even Arab sheikhs in the desert who were actually slumlords in Tel Aviv and wouldn't permit Egypt's army to sell their properties during the Yom Kippur War. Insane stories.
He still tells these crazy stories? Pincus asked.
Not as much as he used to, but yes, when he's terribly distressed or has had that extra martini he didn't need and wanders down from his lair. That's what he calls it, his chateau's lair. He even speaks now and then of a great chateau in Zermatt, Switzerland, and of his Lady Anne and Uncle Theo, pure unadulterated fantasies.
Does Samuel spend much time in his lair, Eleanor?
Oh, he never leaves it except for an occasional dinner with me. It's actually the east wing of the house, shut off from the rest of us with its own entrance and facilities. And he thinks he has the only keys. But the insurance people insisted that Cora and I should have access. Cora stole his keyring one morning and had duplicates made.
Eleanor Devereux looked into the attorney's deep-set eyes and saw the message in them.
Do you think we might learn something by going through the chateau's lair? Isn't that illegal?
You're his mother, my dear lady, and you're justifiably concerned about his current state of mind. However, before you make that decision, one or two more questions. This house has had many splendid things done to it over the past years. Where did the money come from? Did Sam tell you?
Well, he said that while he was in Europe on this very secret mission after his discharge, he invested in some newly discovered religious artifacts, and in a matter of months the market exploded and he did enormously well.
And this Lady Anne, you say he talked about, what did he say?
It was all pure rubbish. In my son's delusions, this Lady Anne, this fantasy of his that he calls the perpetual love of his existence on earth, left him and ran away with a pope.
I think it's time you made your decision, dear Eleanor. To glance over the chateau's lair, I mean. They approached the thick, heavy door of Samuel Lansing Devereux's chateau's lair, and Sam's mother inserted the key. They entered the sanctum sanctorum. The first open door they came to revealed a darkened room. The Venetian blinds were securely down and closed.
I believe it's his office,
Eleanor said. Let's take a look, Eleanor. Do you know where the lights are? The 3 floor lamps lit up the 3 visible walls of a large, pine-paneled office. The walls themselves, however, could barely be seen as they were covered with framed photographs and scotch-taped newspaper articles. In the main, they all depicted a white-habited nun dispensing food and clothing to indigent people in various parts of the world. "Sister Anne the Benevolent carries her message to all points of the globe," cried one headline over a photograph of a slum in Rio de Janeiro. The other clippings were a variation of the same theme. Aaron, putting on his steel-rimmed glasses, studied the photographs. They were all taken at some extravagant retreat, reeking of Edelweiss, the Alps generally in the background, the subjects in the photographs happy and carefree, the enjoyment of life lighting up their faces. Several were instantly recognizable. The somewhat younger Sam Devereaux, the tall, aggressive figure of the maniac general, Madman Mackenzie Hawkins, an ash-blonde woman in shorts, and a halter, voluptuous indeed, and unmistakably Anne the Benevolent. And a fourth figure, a stout, smiling, jovial figure in a short chef's apron that barely concealed his lederhosen. Who was he? The face was familiar, but no. No! You probably wouldn't remember it, Aaron said, a distinct quiver in his soft voice. But a number of years ago, the Vatican was in financial disarray. Monies were flowing out of its treasury in mega-buckets, supporting causes so unlikely as third-rate opera companies and carnivals and houses throughout Europe to rehabilitate prostitutes, all manner of insanities. The people thought the Pope had gone crazy, that he was, as they say, pazzo. Then, just before the Vatican's complete collapse, which would have resulted in panic throughout the investment world, everything suddenly returned to normal. The pontiff was back in control, his old self. The media everywhere said it was as if he had been two people. One, a pazzo, the other the fine, good man they all knew and loved.
My dear Mr. Pincus, you're not making the slightest bit of sense.
Look! Cried Aaron, pointing at a smiling, fleshed-out face in one of the photographs. That's him, the Pope. That's where the money came from, the ransom. The press was right. They were two people. General Hawkins and your son kidnapped the Pope. Eleanor? Aaron turned from the wall. The Lady Devereaux had collapsed to the floor, unconscious. The young Indian brave, naked but for an odd-looking short leather skirt, stood outside the large decorated teepee and shouted, "I want my clothes back, Mac. You can't do this. I'm sick of it. We're all sick of it. We don't sleep on dirt in these dumb tents, and we don't burn our hands trying to cook over campfires, and we do use toilets, not the goddamn woods. And while I'm at it, you can take that miserable, distempered nag and ship him back to Geronimo. I hate horses, and I don't ride. None of us do, for God's sake. We drive Chevys and Fords and a couple of old Cadillacs, but not horses. Mac, are you listening to me? Look, we appreciate the money and your good intentions, even the nutty clothes from that costume factory in Hollywood, but it's all gone too far. Can't you see that? This crazy charade you're putting us through is embarrassing to us. We are going to be the laughing stock of all the reservations. It's been over 3 months and we haven't heard a word. 3 months of insanity, running around half naked or in costumes with beads that scratch our asses like hell, and burning our fingers and getting poison ivy in places also embarrassing whenever we have to run into the woods. Any day now, son, interrupted the harsh, graveled voice inside the teepee. You'll see. Our good people have suffered for 112 years, boy. Suffered at the hands of the brutal, avaricious white man, and we shall be justly recompensed and set free. What's a few more days? You're too impatient, young fella, and I can't let you turn on our tribal brothers. Our? Mac, you're certifiable. So let me lay one on you, brother brave. It's a little matter of pro forma judicial statute, of which you may not be aware, but you damn well should be. 4 months ago, when this whole wackadoo war dance started, you asked me if I'd passed my bar exam, and I told you that I was sure I had. Well, I'm still sure I passed the damn thing. But if you asked me to provide you with certification, I couldn't do it. You see, I haven't received formal notification from the Nebraska bar, and I may not for another 2 months. What? Came the prolonged, disemboweling roar from behind the closed front flap of the teepee. How could you do this? I didn't do it, Mac. You did. I told you to officially list your attorney of record, but you said you couldn't because he was dead, and you'd figure something out later. And in the meantime, we used the non-nomen precedent from 1826. You dug that one up, cried the faceless roar. Yes, I did. And you were grateful, and now I suggest you dig up your late attorney of record. I can't. He won't talk to me. Christ, I don't mean his corpse. I mean his papers, his findings, interrogatories, his research. They're all acceptable. Mac, listen to me. Sooner or later, one of those judges, law clerks in D.C. will learn that I'm a kid barely out of law school, and he'll blow a shrill whistle. Forget it, Mac. It's over. Give me my clothes back and let me get out of here. Well, you got him, you yellow-skinned coyote. The fake animal skin flap opened, and an assortment of Ivy League garments was hurled out of the dark space. Certifiable! Screamed the young brave of the Wapatamis as he fled due west. At that moment, accompanied by a primordial roar of defiance, a tall figure strode out of the teepee. This giant of a man, gloriously resplendent in full-flowing Indian headdress and beaded buckskins, all signifying his highest tribal office, squinted in the sunlight as he shoved a mutilated cigar into his mouth and began chewing on it furiously. His bronzed, leather-lined face and narrowed eyes betrayed an expression of consummate frustration, and also, perhaps, a degree of fear. God damn, swore Mackenzie Hawkins to himself. I never thought I'd ever have to do this. The hawk reached inside his painted buckskin doublet with the beaded yellow bolts of lightning across the chest and pulled out a cellular telephone. Boston area information. I want the number of the Devereaux residence. First name, Sam. Samuel Lansing Devereaux drove cautiously at the height of the Friday evening rush-hour exodus from Boston. It was not the traffic, it was the pulsating pain in his eyes, along with the pounding in his chest and the movable vacuum in his stomach, all the result of an acute seizure of depression. It had all started within minutes after he left the office following an afternoon conference with a gaggle of related corporate executives whose single-family company was in deep shit if they did not take his advice. He had weathered the onslaught of Irish indignation and fled to his favorite bar, 2 blocks from the firm of Aaron Pincus Associates. Ah, Sammy Boyo, had said Gavin O'Toole, the owner barkeep. It's been a rough day, it has, I can see it. Let me paw you the usual and turn on the television. And you take your mind off business. I'll turn on the all-day news. The camera zoomed in on a white-habited nun dispensing gifts in a children's hospital located in some war-torn third-world country. Sister Anne, the Benevolent, they call her. What her true name is, or where she came from, remains a mystery. A mystery wrapped in an enigma perhaps filled with unendurable pain and sacrifice. Mystery my ass, had screamed Samuel Lansing Devereaux. And the only unendurable pain is mine, you bitch. She was a hooker, and I saved her. She ran off with Uncle Theo, our Uncle Theo. He corrupted her. Uncle who? What the hell are you talking about, boyo? O'Toole said. Actually, he was the Pope, and he messed up her head and he took her to Rome. to the Vatican. That innocent episode had brought on his acute depression, thought Devereaux as he sped north on the less-traveled road to Weston. Couldn't the unknowing world understand that the mystery was not unknown to one lovesick, adoring Sam the lawyer type, who had nurtured Anne, the many-married hooker from Detroit, back into self-respect? But it was she who had slammed the gates shut on their marriage, only to follow in the steps of crazy C.O. Well, Uncle C.O. hadn't actually been crazy. He was only misguided where the life of Samuel, my son, the fine attorney, was concerned. He was also Pope Francesco I, the most beloved pope of the 20th century, who had permitted his own kidnapping on Rome's Via Appia Antica because he had been told he was dying, and it was better that his identical cousin, one Guido Frescobaldi from La Scala Minuscolo, be put on St. Peter's throne and take radio instructions from the true pontiff somewhere in the Alps. It had all worked for a while. Mac Hawkins and C.O. for weeks on end would go up to the ramparts of Zermatt's Chateau Machenfeld, and over the shortwave radio explain to the less-than-bright, tone-deaf Frescobaldi what next to do in the cause of the Holy See. Then everything fell apart. The Alpine air restored Uncle C.O., Pope Francesco, of course, to his former healthy self, and, conversely, Guido Frescobaldi accidentally fell on the private shortwave radio, his bulk smashing it to smithereens, and the Vatican went into an economic tailspin. The remedy was painful but obvious. However, far more painful to Sam Devereaux was the loss of his one true love, and the rehabilitated, who had listened to all that crap Uncle C.O. kept spewing quietly into her ear as they played checkers every morning. Instead of marrying one Samuel Lansing Devereaux, she opted for marrying one Jesus Christ, whose credentials, Sam had to admit, were considerably more impressive than his own. Life marches on, Sam. It's combat all the way, so don't let yourself be boondoggled if you lose a skirmish or two. Get your ass up and charge ahead. Words from the lowliest lowlife in the universe. General Mackenzie Hawkins, Madman Mac the Hawk, scourge of sanity and destroyer of all things good and decent. Those fatuous words were all the slugworm could offer during Sam's moment of desperate anguish. And the crazy bitch had opted for Uncle C.O. and those goddamn leper colonies instead of a wonderful life as the wife of Sam Devereaux, attorney at law, eventually, inevitably, Judge Samuel Lansing Devereaux. She was bananas. Hurry! Hurry home and get to the lair and find solace in the memories of unrequited love. Holy shit! Up ahead, in front of his house, Aaron Pincus's limousine. Had something happened to his mother? Screeching to a stop behind Aaron's outsized vehicle, Sam leaped out of his car and ran forward as Pincus's chauffeur appeared from the hood of the limousine. Patty, what happened? Is anything wrong with my mother? Not that I could tell, Sammy, except maybe the language. I'd get in there if I were you, boyo. Devereaux sped to the gate, leaped over it, and raced up to the door, fumbling in his pocket for his keyring. It wasn't necessary, as the door was opened by Cousin Cora, who wasn't necessarily altogether there. What's happened? Where are they? Up in your place, Buster boy. My place? Nobody goes into the lair. We all agreed. Oh, my God. Eleanor Devereaux and Aaron Pincus, their faces devoid of color, their mouths gaping and their eyes four stationary glass orbs, sat next to each other on Sam Devereaux's two-seater leather couch in the private, off-limits office. Neither spoke, for neither was capable of speech. It did not help matters that Samuel Lansing Devereux, paralyzed by the assault on his chateau's lair, had pinned himself against the wall, both arms outstretched, palms spread, covering as many of the incriminating photographs and newspaper articles as he could manage. "Samuel, my son," began the elderly Pincus, finding his voice. "Please don't say that," protested Devereux. "He used to say that, Uncle C.O."
"You don't have an uncle named C.O.,"
said Eleanor. "Dear Eleanor," said Pincus, "if an old man's memory doesn't fail him, C.O. is uncle. Your son is saying literally, uncle, uncle. Do you comprehend? He is referring to Pope Francesco I. Sammy, how could you? You exist in another world." You might say that," agreed Devereux, pulling his arms down from the wall and falling to his knees. "But you see, I had no choice. I had to do whatever that slugworm told me to do." "Including the kidnapping of the Pope?" "Oh, how did it happen? And it's also obvious that it did happen. The press was right. The media everywhere was right. There were two people. It's there on your walls. There were two popes. And you kidnapped the original. How did it happen, Sam? It was because of this lunatic General Mackenzie Hawkins, wasn't it? He's in all these photographs. He was the one who made you become the most unknown, notorious kidnapper in the history of the world. Am I even reasonably accurate? What possessed you to be part of this monstrous act?" "Well, actually, Aaron, possessed is a fairly accurate description of the alleged, I restate, the alleged criminal enterprise to which you refer. Without any intent on my part, I walked out of the Army Intelligence G2 computer banks with copies of maximum classified files chained to my wrist 24 hours before my discharge from the Army. As Mackenzie Hawkins' attorney of record, I had to accompany him to his final 635 resolution of all the classified intelligence reports relative to his military career from World War II through Southeast Asia. That's when Mac's friends in the Army intruded on the procedure. I'd made a minor mistake in the Golden Triangle and instituted charges against a certain General Ethelred Broke-Michael for dealing in drugs, when it actually was his cousin Heseltine Broke-Michael. And Ethelred's supporters were mad as hell. And since they were all friends of Mac Hawkins, they rallied around the Hawk and played his game." "What game?" Aaron asked. "Heseltine, Ethelred, drugs, Golden Triangle. So you made a mistake, you withdraw the indictment. So." It was too late. The military's worse than Congress. Ethelred didn't get his 3 stars, and his buddies blamed it on me and helped Mac. One of those bastards chained a briefcase on my wrist, slapped a Mac security label on it, and I signed out with 2,641 copies of top-secret files on my person, the majority of which had nothing to do with Mac Hawkins, who stood innocently at my side. "So you were his for the immediate future?" "Roughly 5 months. Then the money came from the ransom. The money you spent so lavishly on this house. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was your share of the ransom, wasn't it, for Pope Francesco, when you released him?" We didn't get any ransom. Cardinal Ignacio Cortes refused to pay. Cortes was happy with Guido Frescobaldi's CO's look-alike cousin. "Sam, you returned home with a great deal of money that did not come from a deceased wealthy Devereux. Where did it come from, Sam?" "Well, actually, Aaron, as a general partner, it was my pro rata share of the remaining capitalization initially raised for the corporation, the Shepherd Company, like in The Good Shepherd. Money was raised for this corporation in increments of $10 million per investor. Said investors limited to 4, and forming a limited partnership with the general partners. Their individual risks naturally limited to the capital ventured, and based on projections anticipating a 10-to-1 return on their investments. The primary function of the corporation was the brokering of acquired religious artifacts. And naturally, said Pincus, the acquired religious artifact in question was the person of Pope Francesco I, whom you kidnapped. Legally speaking, Aaron, kidnapping is defined as abduction by force or coercion and holding a person or personages against their will, their being freed subject to the payment of funds. Although, as I've acknowledged, a preliminary strategy had been meticulously financed and was in place to implement such an objective, the strategy failed and would have been aborted but for the voluntary, I might say enthusiastic, cooperation of the subject. But how did you ever get him back to Rome?
Mac and Co. worked it out. The Hawk called it a very back-channel mission, and Co. began singing opera.
I'm exhausted, Sam. I could only wish this day never happened, that I had not heard a word uttered in this room, and that my sight had deserted me. How do you think I feel every day of my life? The eternal love of my life is gone. But I've learned something, Aaron. Life must go on. It's over. It's all in the past, and in a way, I'm glad today did happen. Somehow it's freed me. Now I have to get off my ass and charge ahead, knowing that slugworm son of a bitch can never touch me again. And, of course, the telephone rang.
"I'll get it,"
said Sam, rising and heading for the desk as the phone rang again.
"You know, Aaron, now that it's all out in the open, I feel really better. With your support, I know I can charge ahead and face new challenges, find new horizons."
Answer the damn thing, Sammy. My head is splitting.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry.
Devereaux picked up the phone, greeted whoever was on the line, paused for a reply, and then proceeded to scream hysterically. End of Side 1. General Mackenzie Hawkins, his shoulders stooped and dressed in a rumpled, nondescript gray gabardine suit, walked through Boston's Logan Airport looking for a men's room. Finding one, he rushed inside with his oversized flight bag, placed it on the floor, and checked his appearance in the long mirror running the length of the sinks, where 2 uniformed airline personnel washed their hands at each end. Not bad, he thought, except for the color of the wig. It was a mite too red, and a touch too long in the back. The thin steel-rimmed glasses, however, were splendid. They gave him the appearance of a distracted academic. All traces of his background had to be buried, and he had to blend in for the next 12 hours or so, enough time to reconnoiter and study Sam Devereaux in his own environment. Sam seemed to have some minor objections over their getting together, and, much as it pained Mac, it was entirely possible that he might have to take Devereaux by force. Time itself was of the essence now, and the Hawk needed Sam's legal credentials just as soon as possible. Mac washed his hands, then proceeded to remove his glasses and dab water on his face, careful not to disturb the reddish wig, which was also a touch loose. All thoughts of the inadequate wig instantly vanished as the Hawk felt the presence of a nearby body. He rose from the sink to find a uniformed man standing beside him. A short glance to his right revealed a second man in uniform. A further swift appraisal of both men disclosed the obvious. The only airline they could possibly be associated with had neither aircraft nor passengers, only getaway cars and mugging marks. The first hostile withdrew a long-bladed knife from under his jacket. "Just hand over your wallet, your watch, and anything else us Spanish-speaking speaks might consider valuable." "You got to be kidding," said Mackenzie Hawkins. With that expression of bewilderment, the Hawk spun in place, gripping the wrist holding the knife and wrenching it counterclockwise with such force the weapon was instantly dropped, while he crashed his left elbow up into the throat of the man behind him. "All right, you jackasses, that's a short lesson in counterinsurgency. Your tactics weren't bad, just poorly executed. I'm going to need support adjutants who faced fire. Maybe, with a little discipline, I can use you. You've got yourselves temporary, respectable employment that pays handsomely. I do like the uniforms. Very imaginative and extremely useful. I've always believed in doing my best for the disenfranchised, which is at the heart of my current pursuits. Come along now, fall to, and stand up straight, boy. Help me get your comrade off the floor, and let's roll." Mackenzie Hawkins squinted through the windshield of the stolen Oldsmobile at the limousine's license plate directly in front of him. The raised white letters across the green background spelled out the name Pincus, as though the announcement should strike fear in the hearts of observers. For weeks during the young lawyer's initial work on behalf of their former corporation, Sam kept yelling, "What would Aaron Pincus think?" until Mac could not stand it any longer and confined the hysterical attorney to quarters just to get some peace. This afternoon, however, a brief telephone call to the law office confirmed the fact that Sam had come home and somehow made peace with one Aaron Pincus, whose name was an anathema to Hawk. From there it was a simple matter to show his newly trained aide-de-camp a 6-year-old photograph of Devereaux and order them to follow him at a discreet distance, keeping in touch with their commanding officer over the walkie-talkies he supplied them with from his flight bag. Well, goddamn, had thought the Hawk when he saw Sam emerge from the building under protective escort. How suspicious and ungrateful could a man be? The Hawk was not sure his newly acquired aide-de-camp were up to a new strategy, so he glanced at them, scrunched beside him in the front seat. "I've decided to make you each a corporal because I'm forced to place additional responsibilities on your basic assignments. Incidentally, for identification purposes, what are your names?"
"I'm Desi Yanez," replied the aide by the window.
"So am I," said his associate. Fair enough. Now listen up. We've encountered complications from the enemy that will require some aggressive initiative on both your parts. The Hawk stopped in mid-statement, as up ahead the Pincus limousine slowed down and turned right into a side street. Mac did the same. The limousine glided into the curb fronting a fish market. Mac could not do the same, as there was no available parking space until the end of the block, at least 100 feet away and barely seen. "I don't like it," said the Hawk. "You, Desi 1. I'm going to stop for a moment. You get out and look around that fish store. Pretend you're shopping for dinner. Stay in touch." Desi 1 opened the door and got out. "You, Desi 2, continued Mac, shooting forward. "As soon as I park, I want you to cross the street and walk halfway back to that big vehicle and keep your eyes on it and the store. If anybody comes out in a hurry and gets into the limo or any car near it, let me know." Desi 2 leaped out of the car, rounded the hood, and raced across the street. And then there was a gentle tapping on the windshield. The policeman stood on the curbside, gesturing with his club. Momentarily confused, the Hawk looked across the street at the opposing empty space. Just before it was a sign, "No parking here to corner." Sam selected the slabs of scrod. The 2 guards, their interest in fish minimal, were bored. Several other customers, seated at 2 white Formica tables and all speaking Greek, seemed more intent on conversing with one another than buying anything. They greeted 2 newcomers to the store, but not a third. A man in an oddly unidentifiable uniform who proceeded to walk to the rear counter. Then, under the scrutiny of his unseen observers, the uniformed man pulled a handheld radio out of his pocket, raised it to his lips, and began to speak. "Fascisti!" screamed an elderly, bearded Zorber from the table nearest the rear counter. "Look, he signals the Germans!" As one, the former partisans from Salonika stumbled forward to attack and capture the hated enemy of 50 years ago, as Sam's 2 guards rushed to his side, their weapons drawn. "He's closing in, I can feel it," cried Devereaux. "He's on his disaster course, for me, I know it. He's the most devious son of a bitch that hell ever created. Let's get out of here. Hold it. Give your coats to a couple of those fellows over at the tables, and pass out a few $100 to convince them to get into Aaron's limo and be driven around the harbor. Tell Patty to drop them off at some gin mill on the way to the Pincus house, and I'll meet him there. He is closing in. I really do know it." "Loco, man, where are you?" "Around the block, stuck in the goddamn traffic. Which one are you?" "Desi 2. Desi 1 is with me." "What's the on-scene evaluation?" "He sends some old man away in a big black car wearing silly clothes. He thinks we don't catch on. He's one dumb gringo. He's waiting for another car. One of his amigos is standing in front looking around. Not to worry, loco man. We gonna follow the gringo and his amigos. Desi 1 already hot-wired a nice chefy." Paddy Lafferty was definitely not amused by the 3 bearded, elderly Greeks in the back of the Pincus limousine. It wasn't that Paddy objected to what Sam was doing. Actually, it was kind of exciting and surely broke up the monotony of his daily driving schedule. But nothing was really clear to Lafferty. Suddenly, the limo's telephone rang. "Paddy, it's Sam Devereaux. I'm calling from a payphone on the Waltham Road at a place called Nanny's Naughty Follies, etc." "Hey, boyo, get out of there. You shouldn't be seen on those premises. Mr. Pincus wouldn't like it." "I'll be there in less than 10 minutes, Sammy. I'm dropping these Greek archbishops off at the next gas station and swinging north. I know a shortcut. 10 minutes, boyo." The stolen Oldsmobile careened into Nanny's parking lot, Mackenzie Hawkins chewing the stub of his cigar and peering out the windshield for his aide-de-camp. Instantly he saw Desi too at the far end of the asphalt, waving what looked like a large, torn, dark blanket. As he raced toward his adjutant, he saw that the signal flag was not a blanket, but a pair of trousers. "What's your report, Corporal?" "What the hell are those?" "They're pants, loco man. What do you think? As long as I have these and Desi Uno has the orders, the two dumb amigos stay where they are." "The two escorts? Where are they?" Desi, too, led the Hawk down the deserted far side of the building. Parked next to a large trash dumpster was the Chevrolet coupe. Inside were Devereaux's two guards. Closer inspection disclosed the fact that both wore only undershorts. "Where's the target?" asked Hawkins. "The skinny man in the photograph? He's inside. And that is a joint my mama and my priest would spit on me for ever going into," exclaimed Desi too, blessing himself. Suddenly, without warning, a small green Buick sped out of the line of cars in the parking lot, screeching to a stop only yards in front of the Hawk and his advancing aide-de-camp. A frail figure emerged, his gaunt face impassive, but his dark eyes alive with electricity. "I think this is as far as you should go," he said. "Who the hell are you, little man?" cried Mackenzie Hawkins. "My name is Aaron Pincus, and I assume that under the rather foolish wig, you're the celebrated General Mackenzie Hawkins. I've recently become familiar with your military record, your unorthodox but marvelously successful tactics. I had to be, for Sam's sake." "Sam? Sam's the man I've got to see." Again, without warning or even a hint of sound until it swung off the highway and into the parking lot, the thunderous engine of the Pincus limousine announced the vehicle's Wagnerian presence to the area. The chauffeur leaped out, his 63-year-old bulk prepared for all manner of brutal assaults. "Stand aside, Mr. Pincus. I don't know what you're doing here, sir, but these scum won't touch you." "Your concern is very gratifying, Paddy, but no show of force is required. Our conference proceeds peacefully. Mr. Lafferty, may I introduce you to the great General Mackenzie Hawkins, of whom you may have heard." Then the screaming began, muted at first by the distant highway traffic, but growing louder by the moment as the racing feet approached them. "Paddy! Paddy! I saw the limo. Where are you, Paddy?" "Over here, Sam." Devereaux raced around the corner of the building, gasping for breath. Before he could adjust his eyes to the shadows, Patrick Lafferty barked his authoritative sergeant's bark. "Hut, boyo! I present you to one of the great men of our time, General Mackenzie Hawkins." Devereaux was momentarily paralyzed, capable only of deep-throated moans that emerged from his gaping mouth, the bulging eyes above wild in panic. Abruptly, the frantic attorney whipped round and started racing across the parking lot, waving his arms helter-skelter and raging at the descending sun. "After him, adjutants," ordered Mackenzie Hawkins. Desi the First tackled Sam perilously close to the lowered tailgate of a pickup truck, while Desi the Second held Devereaux's head and, ripping off his tie, stuffed it into Sam's mouth. "Boyo!" shouted Patrick Lafferty. "It's a disgrace you are! Is that any way to show respect to one of the finest men who ever wore the uniform?" "Nice quarters, Commander Pincus, very nice indeed," announced Mackenzie Hawkins, striding out of a bedroom in the suite at the Four Seasons Hotel to where the conference had repaired. The former general's nondescript gray gabardine suit had been replaced by his Indian buckskins and his beaded Wapatami jacket, without, however, his tribal headdress. "I keep the place for business purposes," said Aaron absently, his concentration on the voluminous pages scattered over the desk in front of him, his eyes behind his thick glasses wide with anticipation. "This is incredible. Where did you get this? What extraordinary scholar of both law and history put it together? Who's responsible? Him, replied the hawk, pointing at the abruptly shell-shocked Devereaux, sitting on the couch 10 feet away, his arms and legs free to move, but not his mouth, which was bound with 3-inch adhesive tape. Desi 1 and Desi 2 stood behind the couch, their postures erect and their arms militarily akimbo. "Samuel did this?" asked Aaron Pincus in disbelief. "Well, not actually himself, but he certainly was the spirit behind it. So you could say that in a very real sense, he's responsible." "General," said Pincus, "I believe it's time we now restrict this conference to you, Samuel, and me." "I quite agree, sir," agreed the hawk. "Adjutants, stand to. You're dismissed for mess call. Get something to eat and come back in an hour." Desi 1 and 2 shrugged and went to the door. "There, General," said Aaron. "We're alone." Devereaux gave a muffled cry. "I included you, Samuel, as much as I might prefer to overlook you. It's not very easy to do." "Cut your whining, son," ordered the hawk. "As long as you don't shout your goddamn head off, you can remove the security strip." Slowly at first, and then in a burst of machismo, Sam yanked the tape off, instantly yelped, and then proceeded to purse his lips about in various contortions as if to make sure they were functional. "You look like a cigar store Indian who just escaped from a quarantine wigwam," he yelled, leaping up. "What the hell are you supposed to be, Tonto with a lobotomy? Stop playing lawyer with this overgrown mutant Aaron. He's pure savage without one iota of redeeming morality." "Granted. There hasn't been time to read the material thoroughly, Sam, but from what I can glean with a fairly practiced eye that's been perusing such documents for nearly 50 years, it's incredible. Rarely have I ever read a more convincing brief. The legal historian who compiled this had the patience and imagination to perceive suspended or broken lines of legislative debate, knowing that somewhere there had to be buried additional records that formed contiguous data spelling out the missing pieces. If this all stands up, the conclusions would appear to be indisputable, supported by copies of the original authentic papers. Where did your source ever find them, General?" "It's only rumor, of course," answered the hawk, frowning quizzically. "But I've heard that they could only have been unearthed from the sealed historical archives at the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Your unnamed legal source may well have come upon a decades-old conspiracy, General, but his discovery may conceivably be based on stolen evidence long since consigned to the sealed vaults of the government's archives for reasons of the gravest national concern. I believe we can settle this expeditiously, General. Professional courtesy has restrained me from insisting on the name of your incredibly gifted counsel, but now I'm afraid that I must." "It's hardly proper, sir," said Hawkins, standing erect, his expression stoic, "for one commanding officer to ask another to betray a confidence." "Now come, really, General, where is the harm? Surely this brief, as brilliantly persuasive as it appears to be from what I've read, still has not been tested. Heaven knows, without attorney attribution and in the absence of government challenge, it certainly hasn't been submitted to any court. If it had been, we'd all know about it, as our entire judicial system, as well as the Department of Defense, would come to a stop, all the participants screaming in a frenzy. So, you see, General Hawkins, there's nothing to be lost or gained." Pincus's genial countenance suddenly froze on his face. Slowly, involuntarily, it faded as his eyes grew wide, and the pallor of his face became ash-like. "My God, it was submitted." In a manner of speaking, it found its way to the place where it was intended. We went right up to the big legal bathtub.
What bathtub? Shouted a totally confounded Devereaux.
Aaron said, "He's taken this brilliantly evolved brief, based on material stolen from the sealed archives, directly to the Supreme Court. Who's the attorney of record for the plaintiffs, General?"
"Him," replied the Hawk, pointing at Sam Devereaux.
"Hysterical recriminations will get us nowhere," stated an emphatic but shaken Aaron Pincus as Mackenzie Hawkins straddled Sam Devereaux, the General's knees pinning the lawyer's shoulders to the floor. "I suggest we cool it and try to understand the position each of us finds himself in. Let him up, General, and allow him to take my chair here."
Sam sat down with a resounding thump, his eyes on his employer. "What am I looking at and for, Aaron?" he asked.
"In a matzo ball, my young friend, the United States government stole the lands of the Wapatamis through a series of conspiracies in which promises were spelled out in treaties. Said treaties subsequently determined never to have existed, yet actually buried in the sealed archives of the Bureau of Indian Affairs in Washington. That's what is in front of you now. Read them, my young friend, and render me your astute legal opinion in an hour or so. General, I think it would be a good idea if we left Sam alone. Every time he looks at you, I sense that his concentration goes astray."
Devereaux leaned forward over the initial pages of the brief, a pencil gripped in his hand, poised over a yellow legal pad. He dropped the pencil, and as it clattered on the desk, he whispered, "None of us will survive. They can't afford to let us live." Over 3,000 miles due west and slightly north of Boston, Massachusetts, is the venerable city of San Francisco, California. Statistics indicate that the majority of East Coast migrants to the Bay City are former residents of Boston. This statistic has little to do with our story, except that the individual we are about to meet, like Samuel Lansing Devereaux, was a graduate of the Harvard Law School. She was an American Indian. Her name was Jennifer Redwing. During her formative years, it became apparent that she, and then later her younger brother, were among the Wapatami tribe's more gifted offspring. So the Council of Elders raised the necessary funds to ensure educational opportunities. However, her migration to San Francisco was more of an accident than a plan. She had passed the Nebraska bar and was employed by a prestigious law firm when the accident happened. A client of the firm, who was a noted wildlife photographer, had been commissioned by National Geographic to roam a modern Indian reservation and do a photographic essay on its contemporary fauna. The photographer was a seasoned professional, and he knew a downer assignment when it was presented to him. On the other hand, perhaps with a little imagination, things could be turned around, say with an authentic Indian guide in all the pictures, say with Redwing, that stunner of a lawyer who had the office next to his own attorney. The article appeared, and came under the scrutiny of one Daniel Springtree, a part Navajo senior partner of Springtree, Basel, and Carpus, a law firm to be reckoned with in San Francisco. The firm's jet was sent to Omaha to bring Redwing to San Francisco for an interview. The firm in Omaha was distraught, but powerless. On this particular morning, Jennifer Redwing stared at her brother across the restaurant table. "Charlie, why didn't you call me before you got mixed up with this lunatic?"
"In the beginning, Jenny, it seemed like one big joke, and we were all having a lot of fun, and the joker was spending money, and no one was getting hurt. Then all of a sudden it wasn't a joke anymore, and I was in Washington."
"A litigant before the Supreme Court, under false representation, that's all," interrupted the older sister.
"It was only for show, Jenny. I didn't actually do anything except meet two of the justices on a very informal basis. I figured I could talk Mac the Clown out of the whole mess. I explained to him that it was a lost cause, made total because of my situation, which would annihilate any conceivable leanings in the brief's favor. He wouldn't listen. He only shouted, and when he finally gave me my clothes back—
Your clothes, Charlie?
It's another story. Anyway, I was so grateful to get him and so pissed off I just ran. I figured I'd call him later and try to reason with him. He was gone. Johnny Calf-Nose was sort of Mac's special adjutant for security matters, and he told me that Hawkins left for Boston, but made it clear that, if there were any calls or mail from Washington, Johnny was to reach him immediately at a number in western Massachusetts.
So did you call him, Charlie?
I tried to. Each time, all I got were minor variations of the same woman's hysterical scream, along with incoherent accusations that I think somehow concerned the Pope, or a Pope. After the last call, whenever I tried again, all I got was a busy signal, which I took to mean that crazy lady took the phone off the hook.
Do you have a number?
I know it by heart. He recited it and sighed. I'm sunk.
Not yet, Charlie. I have a not-so-minor vested interest in your predicament. I am your sister, and I am an attorney, and regardless of what the law states, there's a hell of a lot of guilt by association in this business.
She phoned her secretary.
Peggy, find out the name and address of the person who has this phone.
She recited the number.
Then book me on a late afternoon flight to Boston and make me a hotel reservation. Try the Four Seasons.
Jenny, what are you doing? Cried Charlie Redwing as his sister hung up the phone.
I'm going to find this lunatic Hawkins and stop him. Everything you've told me boils down to one irreducible catastrophe. Offutt Air Force Base, the global headquarters of the Strategic Air Command, which is smack dab in the center of this lunatic general's grand design. No matter how insane it sounds, and unquestionably is, do you think those Goliaths in Washington will sit still for a minute with even the hint of any interference with SAC?
Sam Devereaux, his eyes close to bleeding, had finished the Wapatami brief, along with 37 pages of notes on his legal pad. His head was bursting with hundreds of relevant and irrelevant facts, definitions, conclusions, and contradictions. Only a period of calm would restore his oft-praised faculties of reason and analysis. Christ almighty, the Strategic Air Command. If the tunes on the court gave even partial credence to the appeal, and it was an appeal to conscience as well as legality, whole segments, if not all, of Strategic Air Command would be the property of some minuscule indigent Indian tribe with the half-assed name of Wapatami. The law was specific. All subsequent structures and materials found on, usurped, or stolen real estate belonged to the injured party or parties. Rest, maybe even sleep, if he could manage it. "Where are you going, son?" asked Hawkins. "To where I can find solitude and isolation and collect my thoughts. For I have a great deal to think about, Mr. Monster. I'm going home to my lair, shower in steam for an hour or so, and then sit in my favorite chair and ponder." Devereaux went out into the hotel corridor, closed the door, and walked to the nearby bank of elevators. He pressed the descending button, his entire being on hold. The elevator door opened, and Devereaux walked inside, nodding briefly, unconsciously at the only other passenger, a woman. And then he looked at her. Suddenly, lightning flashed before his eyes, and thunder crashed into his ears as life and blood instantly returned to the walking corpse he had been only seconds before. She was glorious. A bronzed Aphrodite with glowing dark hair and incandescent eyes of a light, bewildering color, with a face and body sculpted by Bernini. Oblivious to anything but her beauty, yet conscious of the weakness in his knees, Devereaux spoke. "Will you marry me?" "You take one step forward and you won't see for a month." With the speed of a vice squad decoy, the striking, bronze-skinned woman whipped out a small metal cylinder. Arm outstretched, she held it out in front of her, the tube of mace upright, and aimed at Devereaux's face barely 3 feet away. "Hold it!" cried Sam, his arms above his head in abject surrender. "I'm sorry. I don't know what made me say that. It was an involuntary slip, a result of stress and exhaustion. You see, I've been working all night, and there's this crazy client, and you probably won't believe this, but I'm an attorney, actually. Never mind, it's all too grotesque." "That thought occurred to me," said the woman, studying Sam, and satisfied, putting the cylinder of mace back in her purse. "If you're really an attorney, I suggest you get some help before the court insists on it." Out on the pavement, Devereaux held the door of the taxi as she climbed inside. Then his lady of the morning sunlight turned to the driver and gave him the address of her destination. God almighty, the address the bitch gave was his own house. Sam Devereaux paid $10 for the doorman to shriek his whistle at all points of the compass so as to find him a taxi. There was an early morning traffic jam in Boston, as always, extended by the insane one-way streets that forced unfamiliar drivers to travel 11 miles to reach an address 50 feet away. "I know a shortcut to the Western Road," said Sam, leaning far forward and embracing the rim of the front seat. "So does everybody else in Massachusetts, buddy, and unless you got a gun, get the hell away from me." Finally, at last, the cab swung into Devereaux Street. Checking the meter, Sam dropped the amount of the fare over the front seat along with a generous tip. He opened the door, leaped out onto the pavement, and saw there was no other taxi in sight. He had done it, and boy, was that woman in for the surprise of her life. He started toward the path that led to his private entrance, when the front door opened, revealing Cousin Cora beckoning him rather wildly, even for her. "What is it?" he asked, instantly vaulting over the white picket fence and rushing up the steps with a slight inkling of impending doom. "A little while ago," Cora said, "this long-legged sunburned dish who must have stepped out of one of them California beach commercials came to the door inquiring about a certain unmentionable person. Well, Sammy, I thought your mother was going to have a stroke. But the leggy lady with a face you could kill for calmed her down, and now they're both inside the living room with the doors closed." "Son of a bitch!" cried Devereaux, racing across the marble hall and flinging open both French doors of the living room as he burst inside. "You!" shouted Jennifer Redwing, lurching out of the brocaded chair. "You!" yelled the furious son and attorney. "How did you get here so quickly?" "I used to live in Boston. I know several shortcuts." Now you've got the broad outlines of the Mac and Sam International Blackmail Carnival as it pertains to the General's ability to dig away down deep and come up with indictable dirt, said Devereaux. They had moved to his Chateau's lair, into his office, now stripped of all photographs and newspaper articles, and without his mother, who found it imperative to take to her bed with the vapors. "The litigation is not at all frivolous," said Devereaux. "Realistically, it doesn't have a chance, but the tribe's case against the government is pretty damn convincing. The evidence unearthed in the sealed archives appeals to be authentic. Territorial treaties executed in good faith were replaced by legislated relocations without regard to prior agreements, existing rights of land ownership. And the government had no authority to abrogate the legally arrived-at doctrine of ownership and force the Wapatamis off their lands, certainly not without a federal court hearing with full tribal representation. The government lied, specifically with regard to the Treaty of 1878, finalized between the Wapatamis and the 14th Congress. The Department of the Interior, obviously with a little help from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, claimed that such a treaty never existed. The brief goes so far as to speculate on the origins of the fire that destroyed the First Bank of Omaha in 1912. It's where the Wapatamis kept all their tribal records, none of which survived, of course." "It's disastrously convincing," said Redwing. "It can't go forward, you must understand that.
I care for my people, and I don't want them hurt. A small Indian tribe against the majestic national power of Strategic Air Command, how long would we survive? Even the specter of such a possibility, whether it had a chance or not, could result in new laws passed, land condemned by eminent domain, our people scattered, all resulting in economic and racial genocide.
Mac won't go along with you, said Devereaux. Also, Miss Redwing, and now I've got to speak for my admittedly terrified self, and I suspect for the greatest attorney I've ever known, namely my employer, one Aaron Pincus, I don't think we can go along with you either. You see, when you come right down to it, we're officers of the court, and a great crime was committed, and to turn our faces away wouldn't be terribly appropriate. Do we turn away, or do we uphold a truth that may destroy us professionally, but knowing in our souls that we're right? Jennifer Redwing, her eyes wide and staring at Sam, swallowed several times, then spoke haltingly.
Will you marry me, Mr. Devereaux?
And naturally, the goddamn telephone rang.
This is a recording,
Sam said. Cut it out, boy, interrupted the voice of Mackenzie Hawkins. Just you listen up sharp. Get out of your house, now. You don't have an unlisted number, and that means your address is in the phone book. My adjutant, Desi 1, who, unbeknownst to me, was temporarily employed in the New York area, specifically the Brooklyn barrio, spotted a man in the hotel lobby he'd seen before from a distance during his previous temporary employment. A very bad man, Lieutenant. He stood beside this hombre vicioso, as he called him, at the front desk and heard him distinctly ask about two gentlemen. The names were Pincus and Devereaux. Sam slammed down the phone and turned to Redwing. We've got a serious problem. The ski lodge in the hills of Hooksett, New Hampshire, was rustic and sturdy, deserted and dank, and in the best of times would never be awarded more than 2 stars in the least impressive travel guide. Still, it was a sanctuary and operational in terms of electricity, heat, and telephone service. Also, as it was barely over an hour from Boston, Aaron Pincus Associates found it to be a convenient out-of-the-city refuge for attorneys and teams of attorneys deliberating difficult cases. The firm had bought the ski lodge because a very reliable client ran into terribly difficult times. Redwing closed the door of the minuscule office behind the counter, sat down at the desk, and picked up the telephone. She dialed her apartment number in San Francisco.
Charlie, it's me.
Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for hours. That nut son of a bitch outmaneuvered me. All of us, we're screwed. Without my knowing, sis, a number of weeks ago, our chief thunderhead convened the Council of Elders with some scumhead sleaze of a lawyer from Chicago calling the legal shots, and had himself legally proclaimed temporary sole and absolute arbiter of the Wapatani tribe for a period of 6 months, notarized, authorized, and recognized by the court.
He had to give something in return, Charlie.
Oh, he did that too. $1 million to be divided by the 5 members of the council, millions more to be given to the whole tribe within the 6-month period.
We'll fight it in the courts, Charlie.
And besides losing, make fools and heavy debtors out of our brothers and sisters.
What do you mean?
For starters, how about Uncle Eagle's Eyes, who bought a communal estate for the tribe's oldest in some desert in Arizona that won't have plumbing for 100 years, if ever? Or Cousin Antelope Feet, who took over controlling interest in a distillery in Saudi Arabia, where they not only don't make booze, they don't drink it.
I can't believe this, Charlie. Hawkins told me that our corporate trust was the right thing to do, that he'd go along with whatever the Council of Elders approved.
Why not? He is the Council of Elders. Jennifer did not walk out of the small office into the Alpine lobby. She burst into it, exploding the space in front of her. Where is he? She said, in her voice the anger of nearby thunder, her eyes shooting out bolts of lightning. Where is that son of a bitch? The velvet-tongued idiot buffalo who's about to face the combined wrath of the Sioux and the Comanche, delivered by a furious daughter of the Wapatamis. Where is that bastard? Well, said Aaron Pincus, I'm both apologetic yet somewhat relieved to tell you that he left for Boston with his 2 adjutants. Mr. Pincus, do you know what that horrible, horrible man has done? And suddenly, from the open balcony of the Alpine lobby's 2nd floor, a figure emerged from a door and walked to the railing. It was Eleanor Devereux. I just had a horrible dream, she announced. I dreamt that mad General Custer and all those savage Indians at the Battle of the Little Bighorn joined together and attacked a packed convention of the American Bar Association. The lawyers were all scalped. In a dimly lit booth at the rear of O'Toole's Bar and Grill, barely 2 blocks west of Aaron Pincus Associates, the young, elegantly dressed banker pressed his gentle assault against the middle-aged secretary by way of a 3rd martini. Oh, I really shouldn't, Binky, protested the woman. It really isn't right. So many of our attorneys drop in here after work, and after all, I've only known you for an hour or so. People will talk. Let them, dear heart. Who cares? Oh, slight business, my love. When do you think our executive committee can meet with Mr. Pincus? Binky, I told you Mr. Pincus hasn't been in touch with me all day. Don't you know where he is, dear heart? Not actually, but his chauffeur, Paddy Lafferty, called to have me clear the rental agency for 2 automobiles. Something about the ski lodge in Hooksett? That's in New Hampshire. Will you excuse me for a mo, sweet thing? As they say, nature doth call. Binky the banker got up from the table and walked rapidly to O'Toole's pay telephone by the entrance. It's a ski lodge in Hooksett, across the border in New Hampshire. Binky the banker never returned to the table, and the understanding O'Toole put the inebriated secretary into a taxi, paying the fare to her residence. It was past midnight on the outskirts of Hooksett, New Hampshire, when a black van without headlights coasted silently down the country road and came to a silent stop in front of the graveled entrance to the former ski lodge. Inside, the driver turned to his 3 associates in the rear of the vehicle. Hoods, he said simply. Maximum weapons. I want dead. All dead. Let's go. North, south, east, west, according to your numbers. Have you got it? A unison of affirmatives followed as the 4 slipped out of the van and then crawled off in their individual directions. Do you see what I see, amigo? Asked Desi 2 of Desi 1, both standing beneath a full maple tree and studying the descending landscape in erratic moonlight. He's crazy, no? Black cabezas moving up the hill with the moon like big cucarachas is plain dumb. I take the 2 over there, you get the 2 on the other side. End of side 2.
What?
Shrieked Warren Pease, the Secretary of State, his bellow causing Regina Trueheart, his secretary-pool stenographer, to lurch out of her chair, propelling her shorthand pad directly into the head of her employer, who absently caught it in his left hand, which was in the process of pounding his skull to stop his maniacally pivoting left eye.
They did what? How? I won't have it!
The Secretary of State began slamming the shorthand pad alternately against his temple and the edge of the desk, until its pages flew hither and yon off their spirals. Suddenly the stenographer, standing rigid and staring down at her employer, said calmly, but with great strength, "Stop it, Warren. Calm down. You just tell whoever's on the line that you'll get back after you've had a chance to collect your thoughts."
I can't! He's on a pay telephone at the prisoner's compound in Quantico.
Order him to give you the number and to stay there until you call him back. The Secretary of State did exactly as Regina Trueheart commanded, and then fell forward on his desk, his head in his arms, and cried his eyes out.
Somebody leaked, and I got pissed on.
He gurgled.
They got sent back to their compound in body bags.
Who?
The filthy four. It's horrible.
They're dead, whoever they are.
No! There were air holes in the canvas. It's worse than dead. They're embarrassed. We're all embarrassed.
Pease raised his tear-streaked face as if pleading for a swift execution.
If this ever gets out... Oh, Jesus!
Without specific facts, Mr. Secretary, please give me an abstract of the operation. Can you do that, Warren?
Well, you see,
he began.
Certain unpatriotic slimes, led by a maniac, want to cripple our first line of defense. They claim that the land on which is located a huge and very vital Air Force base may just possibly belong to a group of people, savages, actually, because of some stupid treaty made over 100 years ago, which never happened, of course. It's all insane. The Supreme Court is thinking about it. The Chief Justice is keeping the court arguments quiet for another 5 days on national security grounds until the slimes show up for oral interrogation the day before. We've got 4 days to find the bastards and send them to their happy hunting grounds. Goddamn savages.
Stay here, Warren, said Regina Trueheart. I'll be right back, and don't you dare get on the telephone. Warren Pease, Secretary of State and owner of a fishing yacht he longed dearly to berth at an acceptable club, was torn between slashing his wrists and calling his former brokerage firm and offering all manner of government insider information so as to reclaim his former partnership. How grotesque life had become. Of course, he had no razor blade, and he dared not use the telephone, so he simply had to wait, perspiring profusely. In agonizing minutes, the wait was over. However, instead of Regina Trueheart, her mother, Tyrannia, marched into the office, closing the door firmly behind her. The matriarch of the Trueheart clan was the stuff of which legends are born. A striking woman with sharp Teutonic features and blazing light blue eyes, she was just over 6 feet in height with an imposing body that stood tall and challenging, belying her 58 years. Tyrannia was a veteran of Washington bureaucracy with awesome knowledge of its byways and back alleys, its follies and flagrant abuses.
My daughter has relayed everything you told her, Mr. Secretary. I strongly suggest that you place the body bags in total isolation, squash whatever stories come out of Quantico, and go underground and reach the 000-006 at the solitary compound in Fort Benning.
What the hell is that?
Not what, but who, replied Tyrannia. They're called the Suicidal Six. They're actors.
Actors? What do I want with actors?
These are unique, said Trueheart. They join the army together to start a repertory theater and eat on a more regular basis. Naturally, a creatively thinking officer in G2 saw the possibilities and inaugurated a new program for covert operations. The Suicidal Six can and will impersonate anybody and anything. They are masters of disguises and dialects and can penetrate the impossible penetration.
Wait a minute.
Pease spun around in the swivel chair and stared at the crisscrossed flags of the U.S. and the State Department, in his imagination seeing a portrait of Geronimo dressed in a general's uniform between them. "That's it!" he cried. "No indictments. No congressional hearings. It's perfect. I can see it now. They arrive at Kennedy Airport, red sashes, maybe beards, and Homburg hats. A delegation from Sweden. A delegation from the Nobel Committee. They've studied the military history of the 20th century and have come over to find General Mackenzie Hawkins to award him the Nobel Peace Prize for being the greatest soldier of our time. This banana's got an ego bigger than Mount Everest." "Who has, Mr. Secretary?" "Thunderhead! Mackenzie Hawkins, that's who. He won the Congressional Medal of Honor twice. He'll come running out from wherever he is to get that award. Then it's Sweden and points north, way north. A lost plane? Lapland, Siberia, the tundra, who cares? Find out how we reach the officer running these actors, and then have my plane prepared to fly me down to Fort Benning." "Perfect." The unit was unique in the annals of covert operations. It was initially formed by an elderly G2 colonel in Fort Benning who was an addict where films, television, and the stage were concerned. When 6 actors, real, honest-to-equity actors, showed up in Fort Benning, his imagination went into high gear. He monitored each man throughout basic training, marveling at their individual physical capabilities, as well as their collective proclivity for calling attention to themselves in a crowd, but always in a positive way. He stood in awe at the way each instinctively mixed so naturally with his immediate and changing surroundings, one minute using the vernacular of the streets with urban recruits, the next employing the down-home language of the country boys. Colonel Ethelred Brokemichael, former Brigadier General Brokemichael until that lousy Harvard lawyer in the Inspector General's office had wrongfully accused him of drug dealing in Southeast Asia. But with these actors, he knew he had found his way back to the rank he so richly deserved. A totally original concept for clandestine operations. A unit of trained professional actors like chameleons, capable of altering appearances and attitudes commensurate with whatever targets they were to penetrate. A living, breathing repertory acting company of agents provocateurs, a winner. So the demoted Colonel Ethelred Brokemichael, using a few well-placed Pentagon connections, had his small group of performers assigned solely to him, to upgrade as he wished, and to send into the field as covert projects required. They had managed to infiltrate and draw out many of the world's most savage criminals, from drug runners and arms merchants to contract killers and real estate developers. And throughout these hazardous missions, they had suffered no casualties whatsoever. They had also never fired a gun, or unleashed a knife, or thrown a grenade. However, only one man knew that, the reinstated Brigadier General Ethelred Brokemichael. The famed Suicidal Six, that assumed paragon of those lethal death squads, had never wasted anybody. They had talked their way into and out of every potentially fatal assignment they were given. So, when Secretary of State Warren Pease arrived at Fort Benning and had driven in a 2-man jeep to the farthest point of the 98,000 acres that was the Army Preserve to deliver his top-secret instructions to Brokemichael, did Ethelred see the light at the end of his own personal tunnel, his own very private revenge? "I've cleared it with our people in Sweden," said Pease. "They'll tell the Nobel Committee that it's a national crisis. Then your boys fly up from Washington, not Stockholm, presumably having talked to the president, and the mayor of Boston greets them at the airport with a press conference and limousines and motorcycle escorts, the whole enchilada." "Why Boston?" "Because it's the Athens of America, the seat of learning, the place where such a delegation should speak from." "Also, maybe where Hawkins happens to be?" "We think it's possible," said the Secretary of State. "What's certain, however, is that he can't walk away from that award." "For God's sake, Mr. Secretary, the Hawk would bust out of a compound in Hanoi and swim across the Pacific to get it. Jesus, the soldier of the century." And once he shows up, your boys take him, along with every one of the unpatriotic bastards who work for him."
"Who might they be?" asked General Brokemichael, only mildly interested.
"Well, the first is a Boston attorney who defended Hawkins in Beijing, a lawyer named Devereaux."
"The Harvard prick!" the general shrieked, the veins in his elderly throat so pronounced the Secretary of State thought he might expire.
Yes, I believe he went to Harvard."
"He's dead, dead, dead!" yelled the general, suddenly punching the Georgia air with his fists and kicking up the dirt with his quite unnecessary paratrooper boots. "He's history, I promise you." Jennifer Redwing, with the enthusiastic assistance of Patty Lafferty's wife, Erin, created a multinational barbecue on the redwood porch of the Swampscott summer house. It belonged to Aaron Pincus's brother-in-law, and the lawyer had made arrangements for them all to stay there. His brother-in-law was in Europe. Suddenly, from the huge living room beyond the kitchen door, there were screams of anguish or exultation or a combination of both. It was impossible to differentiate. Desi the First appeared, crashing the door open with such force it slammed back from the wall into his face. "Choo!" he yelled. "Come out here and look at the telediffusion. He's loco. He's crazy like vacas with testiculars." Both women ran out into the living room and stared in total bewilderment at the television screen. There were 6 obviously important visitors to Boston, all in formal clothes, some with short, clipped beards, others clean-shaven or with waxed mustaches, and each wearing a black Homburg. They were being greeted by the mayor, who was equally obvious in his inability to express the city's greetings. "So we welcome you to Boston, gentlemen of the Noble Committee from Swedenland, and extend to you our heartfelt thanks for choosing the great University of Harvard for your seminal on international relatives and your search for the soldier of the century, namely a certain General Mackenzie Hawkins, who you presume to be in our far west frontiers and will hear or watch this broadcast." "Who wrote this shit?" "We break away to bring you up to date," intruded the voice of the announcer. The screen went mute. "The illustrious Nobel Committee has arrived in Boston to participate in Harvard's Symposium on Internal Relations, yet the spokesman, Sir Lars Oliver, stated upon arrival a few minutes ago that a secondary purpose was to locate the whereabouts of General Mackenzie Hawkins, a twice recipient of the Congressional Medal of Honor and selected by the Nobel Committee as the Soldier of the Century." Mackenzie Hawkins got out of his chair and roared, "God damn, Soldier of the Century, did you hear that? Of course, it had to happen sooner or later, but the fact that it actually did makes me the proudest combat soldier that ever lived." "General," Aaron interrupted, "you're not the soldier of the century. This is a setup." The silence was both electric and affecting. It was as if all gathered were witnessing the pain of a large, faithful animal being betrayed by some unseen master who had cast it aside, leaving it to the murderous whims of a wolf pack. Jennifer Redwing walked quietly to the television set and turned it off. "I think you should explain yourself," said the general. "You and I just saw a network news program and heard the words spoken by a distinguished foreign visitor, a spokesman for the Swedish Nobel Committee, and, unless my hearing is beyond repair, he announced that I was to be the recipient of the Soldier of the Century Award. Since this broadcast and the reporting of it will undoubtedly be seen by millions of people throughout the civilized world, I submit that a fabrication is unthinkable." "Let me spell it out for you, General, so there's no misunderstanding. Alfred Nobel was a chemist, and also invented dynamite, and many believe to assuage his guilt over that invention created the Nobel Awards, not one of which would ever be associated with war. The concept of a Soldier of the Century Award would be anathema to the Nobel Committee. This is a trap to pull in General Hawkins.
What should we do?
Asked Jennifer. The optimum would be to send someone impersonating the general to that hotel they mentioned.
There's no one here who could pass for the general. We've got to think of something else.
Wait a minute, said Pincus. Shirley and I support the local theater groups. There's a particular favorite, an elderly performer who's been in a great many Broadway plays. I'm sure I could convince him to help us. For a fee, of course.
The telephone rang on the table beside Aaron's chair. Instantly he picked it up.
Yes? It's for you, Sam. I believe it's your maid, Cousin Cora.
Oh, my God, I'd forgotten all about her, said Devereaux, walking around the table to the phone. Cora, how are you? Okay, I'll tell her. Jenny, your brother wants you to call him. Red Wing saw another phone on an antique white desk and pounced on it. She turned away from the elegant white desk as might a lost, delicate bird buffeted by unfriendly winds.
What is it, my dear?
Asked Aaron gently, obviously touched by Jennifer's demeanor. The worst, she replied. The elevator to hell. Charlie called Johnny Coughnose to see if everything was okay back there. A telegram arrived yesterday morning requiring an immediate reply by phone or fax. General Bombballs, alias Thundernuts, is to appear in the court's chambers to satisfy his tribal authority in 5 days from yesterday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and present his case. It's all over, but the long, agonizing process of watching a people being destroyed. The court's arguments are going public.
The Hawk rose to his feet. I started this enterprise nearly 3 years ago with a few thoughts in my head. None of them too damn clear because I'm a soldier, not a thinker. When I learned what had happened to the Wapatamis over 100 years ago, it kind of reminded me of what happened to me. We were all sacrificed by government big shots, who either had their hands in the real cookie jar or were furthering their own political ambitions or were just plain liars abusing the trust that had been placed in them. It doesn't matter whether it was a century ago, a decade ago, 3 months ago, or yesterday. It's got to stop. Now, if you're right, there's somebody way up high trying to stop a citizen from carrying out his constitutional right to appear before the court. And if you're wrong, and I really am the soldier of the century, well, I couldn't accept that grand award if I knew I walked away from finding out whether there is or isn't some big government cannon trying to stop that citizen who happens to be me. I don't think there's any alternative but to test out this Nobel Committee. Hire your actor, Mr. Pincus. We're going on stage. The Nobel Committee's 3 hotel suites were adjacent to one another. The middle rooms designated as the meeting ground for the august General Mackenzie Hawkins, Soldier of the Century, and the distinguished visitors from Stockholm. Welcome, Colonel, said the ersatz elderly delegate, supposedly from Sweden. We are with extreme pleasure to meet the Grand General. The delegate, bowing obsequiously, stepped backward so as to admit the celebrated Soldier of the Century, who strode through the door like an animated Colossus of Rhodes. I am deeply honored, gentlemen, exclaimed the actor, his guttural bark extraordinarily close to that of Mackenzie Hawkins. Not only honored, but supremely humbled by your selection of this minor player in the major conflicts of our times. I have merely done my best, and as an old soldier tempered by battle, I can only say that we fill the wall up with our heroic dead, those brave souls surviving, pressing ahead to victory. Suddenly a rush of voices, the accents diverse and having nothing to do with Sweden, burst forth. Christ, it's him. I don't believe it. I thought he died years ago. The finest character actor of our time's brilliance personified. Sir Henry Irving Sutton. That man isn't General Hawkins. Sir Henry would never tarnish his magnificent reputation by being involved in a global conspiracy to cripple this country's first line of defense. Never. Just who are you? And where do you come from? Asked Sir Henry. Fort Benning, said their spokesman, Lars Olafur, under the command of Brigadier General Ethelred Brokemichael. Our specific names are neither relevant nor called for at this juncture, but suffice it to say, we're called the Suicidal Six. We're actors.
It is a conspiracy, cried Jennifer in the summer house at Swampscott. A screwed-up conspiracy, but obviously involving the highest levels of the government.
There's no question about it, agreed Aaron Pincus. But whom do we go after?
What about this Brokemichael?
Said Devereaux.
He's the son of a bitch I caught in the Golden Triangle. And got his first name mixed up with his cousin, interjected Jennifer.
The Hawk walked to a beachfront window. I know Brokey the Deuce. He doesn't think much of me, but we talk. And we will talk. And I'll goddamn well find out who's behind this whole fandango. Yeah, you're forgetting a negative or two, General, interrupted Aaron. To begin with, when word gets back that this Suicidal Six has failed, I'm sure Brokemichael will be placed beyond your reach. The word won't get back, Commander, said Hawkins, turning away from the window. At least not for the next 24 hours, and I'm sure you can arrange for a private jet to fly me to Fort Benning first thing in the morning.
24 hours? Exclaimed Jennifer. You can't possibly guarantee that. Those actors may be lunatics, but they are covert operations professionals.
Let me explain, Miss Redwing. My adjutants, Daisies 1 and 2, are in radio contact with me. Sir Henry Sutton and the so-called Suicidal Six are currently closing up Joseph's Restaurant on Dartmouth Street, well-oiled and in great spirits. My adjutants will drive them not to the hotel, but up to the ski lodge, where they'll remain for the day recovering. And when they've just about got their heads in place, Desi, too, who's an accomplished cook, will lace their chow with a liquid sedative that will provide us with Miss Redwing's guarantee. We may possibly have more than 24 hours. They'll think they've been kidnapped and take appropriate measures, physical measures, said Pincus. There's some chance of that, but not much. Desi 1 will explain that you, Commander, in your wisdom, thought it might be wiser if the group slept off tonight's festivities at your vacation home, rather than risking any embarrassment at the hotel. You seem to have thought everything through, conceded Aaron, nodding. Quite remarkable. The Rockwell jet soared over the Appalachian Mountains, preparing for its descent into the Fort Benning area. The single passenger on board was the Hawk, once again dressed in his nondescript gray suit, wearing his steel-rimmed glasses, and with his gray, bristled, brush-cut hair covered by his dull red wig. The former general had been on the telephone from roughly 4 o'clock in the morning until 5:30, making his arrangements. 17 calls paved the way for a certain writer whose current research involved post-perestroika military adjustments to be admitted to the base. At 0800, Brigadier General Ethelred Brokemichael, whose cover was base public relations, had been alerted by Pentagon Public Relations to expect this very influential journalist and to act as his escort throughout the Army complex. He was fully prepared to repeat a PR performance he had done so successfully for a number of years. What he was not prepared for was the sight of the large, somewhat stooped, bespectacled, red-haired elderly man who walked shyly through his office door, profusely thanking the female sergeant who held it open for him. There was something vaguely familiar about the man, an aura perhaps that belied the image of solicitous courtesy. There was even an abstract sound of distant thunder, heard only by Brokey the Deuce, but it was distinctly there. It's very kind of you to spare your valuable time for my modest research, General, said the journalist in a quiet, if somewhat hoarse voice.
It's my job, said Broke Michael, flashing a sudden grin he felt would do justice to Kirk Douglas. We are the armed servants of the people and want them to fully understand our contributions to the defense of our country and the peace of the world. Please sit down, Mr.
Harrison, General. Lex Harrison. May we start the interview?
Sure, yes, of course. I'll tell you anything you like. I've always had a tremendous interest in the theater and movies and even television. My father was a colonel, but I've got the theatrical bloodline from my mother. I really love the theater and good films and TV, especially the old movies. I feel electricity when I watch a show that moves me, really moves me. I cry, I laugh, I'm every one of those characters on the stage or the screen.
I'm afraid that's a fantasizing amateur's reaction, said the journalist.
Oh, you think so? Protested Broke Michael. Then let me tell you, can we go off the record? No pen, no notebook, everything confidential?
Why not? I'm only here to get the overall military picture.
I command the most elite acting repertory company in the annals of military history. I've trained them, guided them, brought them to the zenith of their talents, so that now they are considered a world-class anti-terrorist unit that succeeds where everyone else fails. I ask you, is that Amateurville?
Now, General, they're soldiers, trained for that sort of thing.
No, they're not. They're actors, real professional actors. When they enlisted as a group, I saw the opportunities right away. Who better to infiltrate and pull the plugs behind enemy lines than men trained to impersonate other people, huh? And what better than a unit of actors familiar with one another's work? A repertory company capable of playing off one another to give the illusion of spontaneity, of naturalism, reality. Clandestine operations, Mr. Harrison. They were born to it, and I made it possible. These days, everyone wants their services. Even now, at this moment, they're on assignment for one of the most powerful men in the country.
Oh?
The man called Harrison frowned questioningly, a slight cynical smile shaping his lips.
Then they're not on the premises, so I can't meet them.
And we are off the record, so I can't write about them. Oh, my God, way off the record, not a word.
Then, frankly, General,
speaking as a reporter, I have only one source. You. No editor alive would accept a single source. For this kind of thing to fly, you need credibility. You must believe me.
How can I?
Growled the journalist.
I can't even write down a word. We're off the record.
Well, try this, cried Brokey the Deuce, his eyes on fire as the sweat rolled down his face. Within the next 24 hours, my anti-terrorist repertory company of actors will capture one of the most dangerous enemies our country has ever known. They are in Boston, Massachusetts. Have you been reading the newspapers or watching television? Did you read or hear about the Nobel Committee that flew into Boston on the vice president's plane?
Yes, I think I did,
replied the journalist, scowling in thought.
Something, about an address at Harvard and announcing some award or other for a general.
Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Said Brokey the Deuce.
Certainly. The Nobel boys don't mess around with bums. They don't have to. So what's all this got to do with your repertory company of anti-terrorists?
It's them.
What's them?
That Nobel Committee. They're my men, my actors. I'll prove it to you. The leader of the Suicidal Six raced to a file cabinet, slapped open a drawer, and yanked out a number of manila folders. He ran back to his desk and threw them indiscriminately across the top, opening several and scattering dozens of photographs helter-skelter. There they are. These are the men you saw on television in the press conference at Logan Airport in Boston. Look, look, look.
I'll be damned, said the journalist. I believe you're right. Why are they in Boston?
It's top secret, max classified to the zenith.
Well, General, I hate to tell you, but all you've shown me is disconnected visual possibilities. They're meaningless without an explanation.
That general you mentioned,
Said Brokey the Deuce.
that disgraced former general, is a traitor to our country. I won't go into all the details. But if he carries out his plan, this nation stands to lose its primary first and second strike capabilities. He's a screwball, a mental case.
Then why is he so goddamned important?
Asked the journalist. Because he and a criminal lawyer from Harvard, who I know something about, have worked up some big fraud case against our perfect government that could cost us, especially the Pentagon, more millions than we could con from Congress in 100 years.
Who is this general?
Asked the man called Harrison. A crazy son of a bitch named Hawkins, a real troublemaker, always has been.
I remember that name. Didn't he win the congressional twice?
He's also a maniac.
How come Air Force Two carried these imposters to Boston?
The journalist asked. Oh, window dressing for the press conference. You can't ignore that aircraft.
You can't rent it from a Hertz counter either. That plane's an untouchable.
Not for some people.
Oh, yes, you mentioned a big shot. One of the most powerful men in the country, I think you said. I guess you can't tell me who the big shot is? Oh, well, win some, lose some. Let's get on with the interview, General.
Wait a minute!
An apoplectic Brokey the Deuce paced back and forth, looking down at the photographs.
All right, I'll tell you. The Secretary of State, he's the one my suicidal sixer on the Boston mission for. He arrived here yesterday incognito. Nobody on the base knew who he was. His ID, a processed fake.
Bingo! Shouted the Hawk, leaping up from his chair to his full height and ripping the dull red wig off his head.
Gotcha, Deucey!
He continued, yelling as he tore apart his collar and tie while yanking the steel-rimmed glasses away from his face. How are ya, old buddy, you miserable son of a bitch? Ethelred Brokemichael was beyond speech. In a word, he was paralyzed. A series of deep-throated grunts combined with high-pitched nasal wheezes emerged from his gaped mouth in the lower middle of his contorted face. Is that the way to greet an old buddy, even if he is a mental case and a misfit who probably shouldn't have been given his congressionals? Oh, I forgot. He's also a traitor and a troublemaker.
Max, stop it!
Cried Brokey the Deuce, recovering sufficiently to protest.
Have mercy, Mac. I'm just trying to survive.
What would you have done? Tell the Secretary of State to shove it?
Damn it, Mac.
That Pease made a hell of a case against you. And when he told me that lousy punk lawyer Devereaux was involved, I went bananas.
That's kind of a shame, Deucey, because that punk Devereaux is the reason I'm here. Sam Devereaux now knows he overstated his charges against you and wants to make up for his younger indiscretions. Do you think I'd risk coming down here and walk right into the enemy's camp if he hadn't insisted? You're being set up, Brokey. There's this minor lawsuit against the government. Someone's always suing the government. But this one is a major embarrassment to Warren Pease, and he's a very image-prone politician. He wants it eliminated, so he enlists you and your team to do his dirty work, convincing you it's a big national crisis. And the minute you've done it, he doesn't know you. The lawsuit's thrown out of court because the plaintiffs aren't there. Somebody's bound to protest, and the elimination trail leads right to your suicidal six and you. A general officer who only barely survived serious charges in the Golden Triangle. You're dead meat, Brokey.
Oh, for God's sake, I gotta think.
And while you're at it, think about this. The Hawk unbuttoned his jacket and spread it open, revealing a tape recorder strapped to his chest. Every word said in this room is recorded.
You're scum, Mac.
The Hawks' next move was to defuse the suicidal six, who, according to Desi I, were in total disrepair, thanks to Desi II's culinary talents. The rest was up to the Hawks' persuasive powers. Paddy Lafferty, his chest bursting with pride and hero worship, picked up the general from the airport in the pinkest limousine, and 8 minutes later, the Hawk walked into the ski lodge. It was a bright summer's afternoon, and Desi, too, had just served a very late brunch. The results were all too apparent. The lethal members of Suicidal Six were as close to Zombieland as corpses were to coffins. They sat around the lounge staring into their own personal horizons as upright dead fish might on a New Bedford dock. The single exception was Sir Henry Irving Sutton, who had obviously been around that block several times before and was as disgustingly alive as a cawing black crow intruding on a massive collective hangover. "Come, gentlemen," cried Sir Henry, gently slapping several faces and prodding rib cages as he walked around the room. "Our multi-decorated general from the North African campaign has come to speak with us." "Well said, Major," said the Hawk approvingly. "I won't take much of your time, men. Just enough to bring you up to date." One by one, the wide eyes of 6 intrepid fish focused on Hawkins. "Gentlemen, my name is Hawkins. Mackenzie Hawkins, the retired general you were sent out to find and take into custody. I've just returned from Fort Benning, having conferred with my good friend and longtime comrade in arms, General Ethelred Brokemichael, your commander. He sends you his congratulations for another job well done, along with new and concise instructions. I have been authorized by my good buddy Brokey the Deuce to tell you that this mission is canceled, and along with that order, and in the light of your superb record over the past 5 years, he's arranged for all of you to be transferred to suites at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York. Your terms of enlistment are up in 6 months, and General Brokemichael has arranged for all of you to interview the heads of several studios flying in from Hollywood. They're anxious to make your story into a motion picture." "What about me?" shouted a distraught Sir Henry. "I suspect you'll play General Brokemichael." "Ah, that's better." Like a pride of wounded lions delivered from torrential floods in the African veldt, the men of Suicidal Six struggled to their feet and unsteadily lurched towards one another, forming a less than perfect circle, and, like weaving disjointed marionettes, they started to dance around that imperfect circle, bodies colliding amid great, if painful, laughter. Mackenzie Hawkins, neat but less than impressive in his gray suit, steel-rimmed glasses, reddish toupee, and slightly stooped shoulders, walked across the carpeted, crowded lobby of the Waldorf looking for a payphone. It was shortly past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the active soldiers of the Suicidal Six safely ensconced in adjoining suites on the 12th floor. Now he had to call one of his dearest old buddies, the first of his 4 delightful wives, Ginny, in Beverly Hills, California. The call started off poorly. "Mrs. Greenberg, please."
"There's no Mrs. Greenberg at this residence," said the cold, male British voice from California. "Mr. Greenberg left over a year ago. Did you by chance care to speak to Lady Cavendish?"
"That's Ginny."
"That's Lady Cavendish. May I ask who's calling?"
"Hawk's good enough."
"Hawk? As in the revolting predatory bird, sir?"
"Very revolting and very predatory. Now tell Lady Caviar, or whatever the hell her name is, that I'm on the line." The abrupt silence of a telephone on hold was broken by the loud, excited voice of Mac's first wife.
"Sweetie, how are you?"
"I was better before I talked to that clown who should have his adenoids taken out. Who the hell is he?"
"Oh, he came with Chauncey. He's been the family butler for years."
"Chauncey Cavendish?"
"Lord Cavendish, sweetie. Oodles of money, and everyone wants to meet him."
What happened to Manny?
He got bored with an older woman, so I set him free for a large hunk of change. In Manny's eyes, any girl over 16 is also over the hill.
Jenny, interrupted Mackenzie, I don't have time. The D.C. pricky shits have got my ass in a sling again, and I need help. I think you're the one who can help me. Do you still talk to Manny?
Only through the lawyers, sweetie.
God damn, there goes the shot I was hoping for.
Spell it out, Hawk. What is it that you need?
I need one of those screenwriters he hires at the studio to put something together for me.
And what do you need a writer for, Hawk?
Some pretty incredible material, all true, that I want to dangle in front of those Hollywood Buddhas. Only it's gotta look good, and I've got to do it quickly, like in a day, maybe.
A day?
Hell, boiled down, it wouldn't be any more than 5 or 10 pages, but pages of pure dynamite, Jenny. I've got it all out of a few tapes. Manny would know someone who could do it.
Well, so do you, sweetie. What about Madge? You're number 3.
Midgie, well, what about her?
Don't you read the trades? Madge is one of the hottest writers in town. She's so hot she can get out of town and write in New York or Connecticut. Here, I'll give you her telephone number. But you give me a couple of minutes to reach her first and tell her to expect your call. She'll be so excited. She's in a place called Greenwich, but not England.
The sun was briefly shining on Mackenzie Hawkins as he hung up the payphone in the Waldorf lobby, having scratched his third wife's telephone number on the counter with the point of his penknife. Madge, his third wife, as lovely and as meaningful to him as the others. He had loved them all, not only for what they were, but for what they could become. Madge, like the others, had a far-off dream to be a writer. Mac had winced privately at her attempts, but there was no denying her ability to snap open one's eyes at her far-out characters and her wild stories. So Midge's time had come. Mackenzie turned back to the payphone, processed his credit card, and pushed the numbers.
Ginny called me a few minutes ago, Hawk. I've got the courier service on standby waiting for your address. Just give the driver the tapes and you'll have something by morning. Good Lord, it's the least I can do.
You're a swell girl, Midgie, and I really appreciate this.
Swell girl, that's so like you, Hawk. But if the truth be told, you're the swellest guy any of us girls ever knew, except sometimes I think you went too far with Annie.
I'm at the Waldorf, said Hawkins. Tell your courier service to go directly to Suite 12A. It's in the name of Devereaux, in case he's stopped or questioned.
Devereaux? Sam Devereaux? That lovely, delicious boy?
You stay in Greenwich, Midgie. He's aged considerably and has a wife and 4 kids now. End of Side 3. Johnny Coughnose, resplendent in his brightly beaded buckskins and jacket, stared forlornly at the sheets of rain beyond the admissions window in the Wapatami welcome wagon wigwam. A large, garishly painted structure in the shape of a covered wagon, with the four sides of a colorful Indian teepee surging up from the center of the ersatz layers of canvas. When Chief Thunderhead had designed the edifice and brought in carpenters from Omaha to build it, the inhabitants of the reservation had looked on in bewilderment. Eagle's Eyes had asked Calf-Nose, "What's that lunatic doing now? What's it supposed to be?" He says it represents the two images most associated with the Old West, the pioneers' covered wagon and the symbolic teepees from which the savage tribes came out to slaughter them. That was months ago. And this was now, an afternoon drenched with rain and no summer tourists to buy a plethora of souvenirs made in Taiwan. Johnny Calf-Nose got up from his stool in front of the admissions window, walked through the narrow, leather-sheeted entrance to his comfortable living quarters, and went to the television set. He turned it on, switched the cable channels to a ball game. However, all was savagely interrupted by the ringing of a telephone. The red phone. Thunderhead. "Here I am, Chief," cried Johnny. "Plan A1. Execute. It's code bright green. I've alerted the plane at the airport and the bus companies in Omaha and Washington. Everything's at the ready. You leave at dawn. You've got your orders, Sergeant Calf-Nose. Swift execution is paramount." It was shortly past midnight when Mackenzie Hawkins walked into the lobby of the Waldorf Astoria and, as arranged, went to the front desk to pick up whatever messages were left for Suite 12A. No names, merely the room number. There were two. Call Beverly Hills, reach Worm City. As it was 3 hours earlier in California, he decided to call Madge first in Greenwich, Connecticut. He recrossed the lobby to a payphone. "Midgie, I'm sorry it's so late, but I just got in."
No sweat, Mac, dear. I'm still working on the outline. I'll have it finished in less than an hour, and the courier service will bring it down right away. You should have it by 2:30. It's terrific. Straight Buffo box office across all markets.
I'm pleased to think the suicidal thing's got possibilities. Frankly, I did too.
Darling, it's pure gelt. Gold, Mac, I mean gold. Actors traveling the world over as an anti-terrorist unit, and it's real.
You think I could get a couple of West Coast types interested, Midgie?
Interested?
Then you haven't spoken to Ginny yet, have you?
You're in for a surprise, Mac. She's been networking since 3:30 California time.
Networking? Midgie, you're picking up some very odd language, and I'm not sure I approve.
But, Hawk, you listen to me. I know you sometimes get a little overprotective about us girls, and we love you for it, but you've got to promise me something. Don't beat the shit out of Manny Greenberg. Don't give him the deal, but don't break his face.
Now, Midgie, that's plain vulgar.
Gotta go, Mac. I'm getting near the finish here, and my word process is smoking. Call Ginny, darling. Mac, sweetie, I've been waiting hours for your call. I've got wonderful news.
Which, I gather from Madge, includes not engaging Manny in hand-to-hand combat.
No, don't. He can be useful in an auction, but not if he's in the hospital, to tell you the truth. I started with Manny, breaking my rule never to talk to ex-husbands while my lawyers are talking to their lawyers, and it worked. I gave Manny just a hint, and when I told him that Chauncey was reaching some cinema chaps in London, Manny screamed for his secretary to schedule a studio plane.
Ginny, for God's sake, slow down. Now, what's Manny doing, and what did this Chauncey do, and who the hell is he?
My husband, Mac. He thought the whole thing Midge is putting together for you has the earmarks of a mega-hit, and called some friends of his in London to let them know about it. They're taking the early morning Concorde, and will be here before they took off from London.
I knew you girls would come through for me, except that I sort of figured later on, like early next week, because I'm kind of tied up with other endeavors.
Mac, you said, and I quote, in a day.
Well, surely I did, but that was to get the writing stuff out of the way and somehow to have it in the hands of those Beverly Hills Buddhas over the weekend and get things rolling on Monday or Tuesday.
Mac, why is tomorrow morning a problem?
It's goddamn important for a lot of people, a lot of underprivileged people.
You're tilting at windmills again, aren't you? I'll call everything off if you like.
No, I'll handle it. We'll handle it.
We?
I've got the boys all here. I just figured on keeping them here until my other problem is solved.
The Suicidal Six?
Cried Ginny.
They're at the Waldorf?
The whole half dozen. What's more important, they expect something from me.
Then deliver, Mac. You never failed any of us.
One, maybe.
Annie? Oh, get off it, Hawk. She got through to me last week on some radio phone with a lot of static. She managed to fly out a dozen really sick children from an island in the Pacific for treatment in Brisbane. She's happy as can be.
Tell me, Ginny, does she ever mention Sam Devereaux?
Well, yes, she does. But I don't think you want to hear it, Mac.
I want to hear it. He's my friend.
All right. She says she remembers him as the only man she ever slept with, for it was a communion of love. That's the way she put it. All the others are forgotten.
As dawn broke over the Washington skyline, the silent marble halls of the Supreme Court came quietly alive as teams of cleaning women pushed their maintenance carts from one doorway to another. The tiers of trays held new boxed soap, fresh towels, tissue replacements, and in front of each dolly a suspended plastic trash bag for yesterday's refuse. One cart, however, differed from all the others in the magnificent structure dedicated to the laws of God and nation. So did the lady pushing it. She wore a large plastic label clipped to the pocket of her uniform that read, "Temporary Cleared." What made her cart different was the suspended plastic bag designed for refuse. It was full before she reached the first office on her assigned route, an office she disdained to enter as her mumbled words confirmed while she passed the door.
Oh, here it is, the closet.
I leave everything here, go home, watch a little TV, then with girls a little shopping. 4 nondescript brown and black automobiles pulled up swiftly on First Street near the corner of Capitol Street. 3 dark-suited men got out of each, their brows furrowed, all eyes robotically centered. They were the gunslingers, hired for a job, and to fail meant going back to the most menial of their former union tasks, a fate worse than death. 12 dedicated professionals who had no idea what they were dedicated to, except that the 2 men in the photographs they carried in their pockets must never enter the Supreme Court across the street. No sweat. Nobody ever found Jimmy Hoffa. 2 vehicles with government license plates parked briefly in front of the Supreme Court. Under the instruction of the Attorney General, the 8 men who emerged were to take into custody 2 individuals wanted for outrageous crimes against the country. Each FBI agent had a photograph of the former and thoroughly discredited General Mackenzie Hawkins and his accomplice, an underworld lawyer named Samuel Lansing Devereaux, still wanted for treasonous activities during his tour of duty in the last days of the Vietnam action. There was no statute of limitations on his crimes. He had impugned the reputations of his superiors while profiting from their disgrace. Federal agents hated guys like that. How did they do it? A dark blue van veered into the curb on Capitol Street at the side of the Supreme Court. Its rear doors opened, and 7 Ranger commandos in camouflaged green and black combat fatigues leaped out, their weapons concealed in their wide pockets. After all, they did not want to appear conspicuous. Their covert mission had been defined by the diminutive Secretary of Defense himself, orally, not in writing. Gentlemen, these 2 scum would cripple the first line of America's airborne forces. That's all I can tell you. They must be stopped at all costs. Mackenzie Hawkins, arms akimbo, studied the figure of Sir Henry Irving Sutton in the hotel room, nodding his approval. "God damn, Mr. Actor, you could be me." "It wasn't difficult, mon general," said Sutton, removing his gold-braided officer's cap, revealing a head of close-cropped gray hair. "The uniform fits superbly. and the ribbons are indeed impressive. The rest is merely vocal intonation, which is simple. I still want you to wear a combat helmet. Don't be ridiculous. It would spoil the effect and defeat the purpose. My role is to draw men out, not frighten them away. A battle helmet telegraphs impending conflict, and that connotes defense measures such as armed, concealed personnel for protection. One's motivation must be clean and consistent, General, not muddled. You lose your audience that way. Incidentally, how goes it with our Stanislavski warriors of the Suicidal Sixth? There's been a change of plans, all to the good for everybody. They'll be in Los Angeles by this afternoon. My wife, my former wife, one of them, that is, wanted them there so she could keep a motherly eye on all six. Nothing's changed with regard to my appearance in the film? Asked Sir Henry. Hell no. The boys want you, and whatever they want, they're going to get. The manager of the Embassy Row Hotel on Massachusetts Avenue was not prepared for the current behavior of one of his favored guests, namely Aaron Pincus, attorney-at-law. As usual, whenever the celebrated lawyer journeyed to Washington, it was a given that his stay was confidential, as indeed was the case with any guest who requested the same. But this afternoon, Mr. Pincus had carried confidentiality to its extremes. He had insisted that he and his party use the delivery entrance and descend to their adjoining suites on the freight elevator. Furthermore, only the manager himself was to be aware of the attorney's presence. Fictitious names were to be entered into the register, and therefore, should any telephone calls come for him, those callers would naturally be told that no Aaron Pincus was registered, for indeed he was not. However, should calls come specifying only the room numbers, they should be put through. It was not like Pincus to issue such vigilant instructions, considered the manager, but he thought he knew why. Washington was a zoo these days, and no doubt a lawyer of his expertise had been called to testify before Congress on some complicated points of law about a bill fraught with special interests. Obviously, Pincus had brought down a contingent of the brightest attorneys in his firm to advise him during the hearings. Upstairs in the suite Aaron Pincus had reserved for Jennifer, Sam, and himself, the vaunted attorney was explaining the hotel of his choice. One can usually repel curiosity by confronting it and discouraging it, he said, especially if you're dealing with an institution that profits from your patronage. If I had made our requests to an unfamiliar hotel, the rumors would fly.
Mr. Pincus, said Redwing, walking to a window and looking down at the street below. We're so close to what I don't know, but it frightens me. Within a matter of days, my people will either be patriots or pariahs, and right now, my money's on pariahdom.
Jenny, began Aaron, a muted sadness in his voice, I don't wish to alarm you, but upon reflection, I think you'd never forgive me if I didn't tell you now. I spoke with an old friend of mine this morning, a colleague from the early days, in fact, who's now a member of the court. It was merely a social call. I said I had business here, and perhaps we might have dinner. He was the one who brought up this afternoon. He said that it was quite possible he wouldn't be able to make it, for he might be hiding and under guard in the cellars of the Supreme Court.
What?
He said today was one of the strangest in the annals of Supreme Court history. They're holding a special session in chambers with plaintiffs over a case that has acrimoniously divided the justices. None of them know how the others will ultimately vote, but they're determined to dispose of their initial responsibility, which is to make public a rather momentous suit against the government. They'll do so immediately after the hearing is over.
What? This afternoon?
Originally, they kept it off the court calendar for reasons of national security and the possibility of reprisals against the litigants. The Wapatamis, I presume. Then, apparently, the administration demanded that news of the suit be kept secret for an extended period of time.
Thank heavens for somebody,
cried Jennifer. For Chief Justice Reebok. Reebok went along with the White House. When the rest of the justices learned this, the majority simply revolted, including my friend. He made it clear, along with the others, even those ideologically opposed to him, the executive had no constitutional rights to impose restrictions on the judicial.
Mr. Pincus, my people will be in the streets, on the steps of the Supreme Court. They'll be slaughtered.
Not if the general plays his cards right, my dear. The huge Trailblaze bus, leased and paid for by no one the company had ever heard of, stopped in front of the imposing entrance to the Supreme Court. The driver fell over the large circular steering wheel, anguished tears flowing from his eyes, grateful that his full load of passengers was about to depart. Miles back, he had yelled, screamed, and finally shrieked in panic that fire cooking is not permitted inside the bus. "We're not cooking, man," had said a firm voice behind him. "We're mixing the colors, which means you've got to melt the wax, see?" Suddenly, a grotesquely painted face had been thrust in front of his eyes, causing the driver to lurch across the Virginia highway, slipping between the onrushing vehicles until he managed to return to his lane. Then came the audibles. The fanatical chorus built to a hysterical crescendo as the driver's head shot back and forth over the wheel like a rooster in heat, in time with the beat. Relief had suddenly come as the drums and the chanting abruptly stopped, apparently by command. "I think we got that one wrong, guys and girls," shouted the terrorist named Cough-Nose. "Isn't that the wedding night celebration? Just in case, let's rehearse the one that greets the sunrise. That'd be applicable." The drums and the vocal chorus had begun again, compounded by the beating of female feet in the aisle as the driver tried to concentrate on the growing traffic in the District of Columbia. The last terrorist off the bus was the one they called Calf-Nose, the maniac with the grotesque waxed streaks of bright colors dripping down his face. The driver restarted the engine, jammed his foot on the accelerator, and sped down First Street, only to see in his rearview mirror a crowd of painted faces racing after him. What the driver had overlooked was that there were 37 duffel bags strapped to the roof. The doorbell of the suite rang, and as Aaron and Sam slipped into a bedroom to avoid any possible recognition, Jennifer Redwing opened the door to be greeted by the two Deses, who held the handles of an enormous steamer trunk, perspiration forming on their foreheads. The two Deses struggled with the outsized trunk, carrying it into the suite and setting it upright. "You will be well compensated for your labors," said Aaron Pincus, rushing out of the bedroom, Devereaux behind him. "Somebody open it."
"My God, all that metal!"
cried Jennifer Redwing, looking at the profusion of steel breastplates and skullcaps on hangers in front of receding racks of odd clothing. The contents of the trunk were distributed, and the process of infiltration camouflage began. According to the Hawk's orders, the initial objective was to deceive the enemy scouts searching for them in the crowds outside, and, by deceiving them, gain entrance to the Great Hall of the Supreme Court. Once inside, the second goal was to pass through security without Sam, Aaron, the Hawk, and very possibly Jenny, revealing their identities. Mackenzie was convinced the guards had been given ident alerts, certainly specifying Devereaux and himself, and, as Sam was Pincus's employee, probably Aaron. And since S.J. Redwing had previously argued before the court and, if someone had done his homework and learned she was a member of the Wapatami tribe, she, too, could be on the list. The third hurdle depended solely on Sam, Aaron, and Hawkins finding a men's room, and Jennifer locating a ladies' room prior to being admitted into the august chambers. The second floor, where the chambers were, had two such conveniences, at opposite ends of the marble hall. The reason for the necessity of the restrooms takes us back to the initial objective of deceiving the Supreme Court guards and gaining entry into the chambers. The contents of the steamer trunk, however, caused Jenny to scream from her bedroom.
"Sam, this is impossible!"
"What is?" said Devereaux, walking awkwardly out of the second bedroom, dressed in a bulky checkered suit with puffed trousers, altogether adding the appearance of 70 pounds to his slender frame. What was even more bizarre was his head.
His skull was covered by a knotted brown wig, the free-flowing ringlets falling below a hat best described as a pork pie, the favored headpiece of the raccoon-coated collegiates of the 20s. "According to the driver's license and the voter's registration card provided with the clothes," said Devereaux, "my name is Albie Joe Scrub, and I run a chicken breeding farm somewhere—" "Who the hell are you?" "An ex-chorus girl," replied Jenny, trying once more to clamp the steel breastplate not quite over her generous chest. "There! Now comes the worst part, the headgear." Jenny reached for a large square box on the bed and pulled out a platinum blonde wig that rested on a steel helmet. "That bulletproof skull cap is so heavy I'll have a stiff neck for the rest of the year if I see the year through." "Yeah, I've got one too," said Sam, as Redwing placed the helmeted wig over her hair. "Shaking your head's okay, but if you nod, you could break your nose." "Shaking my head doesn't go with this image." "Sam!" cried Aaron Pincus from the living room. "I need help!" Devereaux rushed out of the bedroom, Jenny at his heels. What they saw was as improbable a sight that either could hope to see, with the possible exception of looking at themselves in the mirror. Gone was the slight but nevertheless distinguished figure of Boston's foremost attorney. In his place, dressed in a long black frock coat and wearing a flat black hat below which hung 2 strands of braided black hair, was a Hasidic rabbi. "My whole body is encased in iron," he cried angrily. "It's for your own protection, Mr. Pincus," said Jennifer, dashing around Devereaux and holding the old man's arms. "The protection will kill me, my child." "The only really difficult time for you, Mr. Pincus, will be the steps outside the court. And since we have to separate, I'll have Johnny Calfnose find someone to help you." There was a rapid knocking at the door. Sam walked over and opened it. Desi's 1 and 2 stepped inside. However, they were not the Desi Arnezes anyone in the room had seen before. Desi 1 was dressed in a conservative gray suit and an Oxford blue shirt that emphasized his white clerical collar. Desi 2, a religious kin but of a different faith, wore the black suit and collar of a priest. "Good heavens," said Aaron, clanking down in the chair. "My God," added the platinum-haired hooker, who was Jenny. "He hears you," said Desi 2, blessing himself, and then blessing all those in the room, backwards. The drums went bang, while the stompists sang, and the signs were raised, and the crowds were hazed, and the steps of the Supreme Court were Wapatami madness. The tourists were furious, wives more than husbands, as the dancing girl protesters were to a dancer inordinately attractive, and their skirts flew high. Around the corner on Capitol Street, concealed in a recessed doorway, were 2 tall men. One was resplendent in the full-dress uniform of an army general, and the other in the ragged clothes of a tramp. The tramp rushed out of their sanctuary, peered around the edge of the building, and then ran back to the general.
"Things are progressing, Henry," said Mackenzie Hawkins. "They're really getting hot."
"Have the media arrived?"
asked Sutton, the actor.
"I made it perfectly clear to you I don't make my appearance until the cameras are there."
"A couple of radio stations have come. You can tell by the people with the microphones."
"Not good enough, dear boy. I specifically said cameras."
All right. The Hawk raced out again, looked again, and raced back.
"A TV crew just got here. What station? Is it a network? I have my standards."
The Hawk rushed out again, but instead of racing back to the actor, held his place and saw what he hoped to see. Out of a taxi stepped 3 men of the cloth, a priest, a minister, and an elderly rabbi, helped by the 2 Christians. From a second emerged the Marilyn Monroe of hookers, hips swaying, somewhat awkwardly, but who was examining. A third cab deposited the maximum rube of the Ozarks backcountry, with the image of chicken shit dripping from his pork pie hat and over his ballooned checkered suit. None crossed the street to the court. The Hawk reached into his ragged pocket and withdrew his walkie-talkie.
Calf-Nose, come in. Come in, Calf-Nose. Our contingent's arrived. Just keep up the chants and make the drums louder. I need the next 10 minutes.
The Hawk ran back to the recessed doorway.
Another 10 minutes, Henry, and you make your entrance. I have a few things to do, and when I return, we'll go out together. What do you have to do?
Asked Sutton.
Eliminate some of the enemy, nothing to be concerned about. They're young and inexperienced.
Mackenzie raced out in his disheveled tramp's clothing, and one by one, 4 of the Ranger commandos in their camouflage green and black fatigues were tapped on the shoulder and subsequently rendered unconscious by an old hobo. Each was dragged to a curb, his face doused with several ounces of Southern comfort, and laid to rest until revived. However, and adding to Sir Henry's anxiety, the 10 minutes became 12, then 20, and finally nearly a half hour. The Hawk had spotted 5 buttoned-down, stern-faced federal agents, and 6 gentlemen whose squinting frowns and large foreheads were barely above and perhaps also below the guerrillas in the mist. He dispatched them in like fashion. Mac ran back to the doorway. Sir Henry Irving Sutton was not there. Where the hell was he? The actor was 10 feet away at the edge of the building, stunned, studying the melee at the steps of the Supreme Court. Fights had broken out in front of the 40-odd stamping, chanting, drumming, sign-jerking Wopatami protesters, but the violent altercations seemed to have nothing to do with the Indians.
"Oh, my God,"
said Hawkins, his hand on Sutton's shoulder.
"I'm not as young as I used to be. A few years ago, none of those bastards would have got up. Or there were a hell of a lot more of them than I saw."
The button-down collars were screaming at the camouflaged commandos, who proceeded to throw them over their shoulders. A full-fledged riot was not merely in the making, it was made. Angry tourists, pummeled and tripped by the combatants, screamed. Those in mortal combat, bewildered by the lack of uniforms or any identification of their enemies, kept hammering away at anything that moved near them.
"Only a couple of minutes now, Henry. Are you ready?" "Ready?" said the actor, controlled fury in his voice. "How can I possibly command the stage with that fracas going on?" "The lovely Jennifer is crossing the street. God, the wardrobe mistress should be fired forthwith. She's a harlot." "Here goes Sam, the guy in the checkered suit. Looks different, doesn't he? No smart lawyer there." "Good Lord!" exclaimed the actor. "Did you see that? The minister in the gray suit over there, the one climbing the steps with a priest and what appears to be an old rabbi between them. I swear to you, the vicar just punched a man and stole his watch, ripped it right off his wrist. The elderly man in the rabbinical clothes is Aaron, and the 2 others are those fellows from Argentina or Mexico."
The Hawk yanked the radio out of his pocket.
"Calf-Nose, come in. Cut the Indian stuff and go into the Star-Spangled Banner."
"This is it, Henry. Make it good." The actor took several deep breaths, pulled himself up to his full imposing height, and strode out towards the rioting crowd and the sudden Wopatami rendering of the Star-Spangled Banner. The chorus was, in a word, spectacular. Voices rose to the heavens, and the sight of 40 painted, weeping faces of America's original inhabitants had a striking effect on the crowd. Even the fiercely aggressive commandos held their adversaries off with straight arms and hands around throats. The goons dropped their brass knuckles and their blackjacks, and all stared at the tragic figures singing their hearts out in devotion to a land that had been stolen from them. Many tears were starting to cloud the eyes of the onlookers.
"Now is the winter of our discontent,"
roared Sir Henry Irving Sutton in his most stentorian voice as he climbed to the 4th step and turned to the crowd.
"Dogs may bark at us, but our vision is clear. A dreadful wrong has been done, and we are here to right it. To be or not to be? That is the question.
Cavnose, hear me and execute, whispered Hawkins harshly into his radio as he threaded his way through the dancers to the entrance of the court. Now listen up, folks. When the Wopotamis crash in, Desi 1 and Desi 2 will raise the cordons, and you, Sam, Jenny, and Mr. Pincus will slip under them and head to the second floor. Use the stairs or the elevators, whatever, and go to the second closet on the right. Your other clothes are there in a plastic bag. Change in the ladies' and men's rooms, and meet at the chambers at the west end of the hall. I'll be waiting for you. A horde of Wopotamis, their painted, waxed faces grotesquely weeping, burst through the doors and instantly fell on their knees, singing in unison, their heads raised to the ceiling, imploring their gods for deliverance. The weapons of a dozen gods were unholstered, their guns aimed at the heads of the protesters. None was fired. Somehow it was in the Constitution, or at least in the minds of the Supreme Court police, that one did not fire on people who were in the act of prayer. Instead, alarms were heard, not from the detectives, but from within the building itself. In seconds, additional guards, clerks, and maintenance personnel streamed into the great hall. Pandemonium prevailed. Desis 1 and 2 raised the thick velvet cords, while Aaron, Sam, and Jenny swept underneath during the insanity that faced the Supreme Court police and staffers. During this new and totally unexpected chaos, Mackenzie Hawkins walked through the interior metal detectors, thanked nobody in evidence, and raced to the stairway that led to the second floor.
Where's the ladies' room?
Asked Red Wing.
Down at that end,
Answered Mackenzie, pointing east.
Where's our room?
Asked Sam.
much nearer, right over there on the left.
They scattered, and suddenly Jennifer turned and shouted, "Sam, can I dress with you? I'll never make it back in time. We've only got 3 minutes, and that door's 2 football fields away."
Boy, have I been waiting for those words.
The platinum-helmeted hooker raced back to the chicken-breeding Albie Joe Scrub, and together they followed Pincus and the Hawk into the restroom. Jenny ran into a stall as the men shed their clothes and wigs for the more dignified attire they wore under their outlandish equipment. Except for the Hawk. For at the bottom of the large refuse bag, layered neatly for easy removal, was the massive full ceremonial garments of Thunderhead, chief of the Wopotamis. He swiftly removed his tramps' trousers and soiled shirt, replacing them with his buckskins and his beaded buffalo jacket. Then, under the stunned gazes of Aaron and Sam, he carefully placed the gargantuan trail of feathers over his head. It reached down all 6 feet 3 inches to the tiled floor. A minute later, Redwing walked out of the stall in a smart, dark-tailored suit, the image of a cool, successful lady lawyer, totally unafraid of facing the male-dominated Supreme Court. What momentarily terrified her, however, was the sight of Mackenzie Hawkins. She screamed. "My sentiments exactly," said Devereaux. "General," added Pincus, "this is not a costume parade. These proceedings are among the most serious and venerable of our legal system, and your outfit, splendid as it is hardly in keeping with the occasion."
"What's the occasion, Commander?"
asked Hawkins.
"Only the future of the Wapatami tribe and a large segment of the nation's defense structure." "I'll go with the first part. Case closed. Besides, it's all I've got, unless you want me to walk in like a member of Hobos Anonymous, which from another point of view isn't a bad idea."
"We'll go with the feathers, General," said Jennifer quickly. Mackenzie Hawkins strode into the large mahogany-paneled room, his feathers flying, his supporting contingent following in dignity.
"Hear me, you wise elders of this nation's justice,"
he roared, his voice echoing off the walls.
"You people have been caught in an insidious conspiracy to defraud us of our rights of proprietorship, to take from us our fields and mountains and rivers that provide us with the necessities of life and survival. You have confined us to the ghettos of barren forests and unwatered ground from which nothing grows but the most unwanted weeds. Was this not our nation? Our nation in which 1,000 tribes existed both in peace and war as you did with us, and with the Spanish, then the French and the English, and then finally among yourselves? Have we no more privileges than those you've conquered and then forgave, absorbing them into your culture? The blacks of this country have gone through 200 years of servitude. We have endured 500. Will you now, in this day and age, permit that to continue? We want only what is ours. Everything else is negotiable. Anything else is intolerable.
That wasn't necessarily clear in the brief, Chief Thunderhead, said the Black Justice. Your attorney of record is one Samuel Lansing Devereaux, is that correct? It is, and I'm he, sir, replied Sam, stepping forward beside Hawkins.
A hell of a brief, young man. However, I find throughout an underlying streak of vitriol, as if you were not so much interested in justice, but in vengeance.
In retrospect, sir, I was offended, sir, at the injustice.
You're not paid to be offended, Counselor. You're paid to present the truth of your petition. Without the many long since deceased alive to defend themselves, you've made startling insinuations.
I meant no offense, sir.
Yet, in your own words, you're capable of being offended, Counselor, so I must assume it follows that you can give offense.
Where I believe it's justified.
That's what I meant, Mr. Devereaux, when I mentioned the streak of vitriol in your brief. It didn't strike me that you wanted anything less than abject surrender on the part of the government,
total capitulation that would place an extraordinary burden on every taxpayer in this country,
a liability far beyond the nation's ability to absorb. If the court will allow me to interrupt, broke in Thunderhead, chief of the Wapatamis. My brilliant young counsel here has a reputation of righteous indignation when he feels a cause is just. But who among us can fault the truly honest man who passionately believes in justice for the disenfranchised? See for yourselves what the white man has done to our once proud Indian nations. See our poverty, our squalor, our impotence. Ask yourselves if you could live that way without being offended. This land was our land, and when you took it from us, we somehow understood that even a greater single nation could evolve, and that we would be part of it. But no, that wasn't to be. You cast us off, shunted us aside, consigned us to isolated reservations without any share in your progress. Therefore, if our learned counsel has filled his brief with a certain anger, vitriol, if you like, he'll go down in the chronicles of 20th century lore as the Clarence Darrow of our day. Speaking for the victimized Wapatamis, we worship him. All he seeks, all we seek, all the Indian nations seek, is to be a part of that great land we once called ours. Is that so difficult for you?
There are grave national considerations, sir, said the Black Justice.
Extraordinary costs, severe taxes upon the body politic that may not be tolerated. Then negotiate, sir, cried Thunderhead. Do not cast us out again, for there is no place left for us to wander. Give us the respect that is long overdue. Give us the hope we need to survive. Without it we die, our slaughter complete.
The microphones were turned off while the justices conferred.
At last, the seemingly emaciated judge from New England spoke.
Considering everything that's involved, what would be your response if the court, in its wisdom, decided against you?
Quite simple, replied Chief Thunderhead. We would declare war against the United States of America, knowing we'd have the sympathy of our Indian brothers across the land. Many thousands of white men will not survive. We may lose, but so will you.
Holy shit, intoned Chief Justice Reebok. I think we should confer again. The microphones went silent, and the entire court, their heads whipping back and forth, whispered among themselves. The microphones crackled on again, and again the voice of the Chief Justice shot out of the speakers. Let the record show that the court will recommend to the government of the United States that it will enter into immediate negotiations with the Wapatami nations to seek a reasonable solution for past malfeasances. Without argument, the court upholds the plaintiff's case. It will be announced forthwith. We are adjourned. News of the Wapatami triumph reached the lobby and the steps of the Supreme Court in a matter of minutes. Chief Thunderhead, in full regalia, strode down the marble corridor toward the great hall, expecting the adulation and the celebration of his people. The celebration was, indeed, in progress, but what the celebration was about appeared somewhat irrelevant to the celebrants. The huge gallery was filled with dancing, prancing men and women of all ages, from orchid waltzes to hard rock, the participants whirling and wiggling to the recorded sounds of upgraded, speeded-up versions of the original Indian chants from enormous speakers. The revered great hall was the scene of wild carnival. "Oh, good God!" exclaimed Sunrise Jennifer Redwing as she walked out of the elevator with Sam and Aaron. "It's a joyous occasion," said Pincus. "Your people are rightfully jubilant." "Those aren't my people. Look! Do you see a single Wapatami dancing or singing or shouting?" "No, but I see a lot of Wapatamis out on the floor. They seem to be going from group to group, encouraging." "Oh, they're carrying paper cups," exclaimed Jennifer, "and plastic bottles. They're passing out the yaw-yaw juice, the most intoxicating drink ever devised by civilized or uncivilized man. The Mohawks say they invented it, but we refined it and made it 20 times more potent." Slight correction," said Sam. "They're selling it." "I'll murder that Johnny Calf-Nose." "Second suggestion, Jennifer," said Aaron, chuckling. "Instead, put him on your finance committee."